to set up a semi-final against Mario Hay and Albin Ocean, who are looking to win the World Cup of Pool together for the third time. Our second semi-final sees the German pair of Joshua Filler and Moritz Neuhausen, who oozed confidence as they came from 7-3 down to beat Poland in the quarterfinals. They'll play Wang Can and Wu Chaqing of China. There are just 3 matches remaining to determine who will win the 2023 World Cup of Pool, and the 4 teams all left in the competition have got previous experience of doing just that. There is plenty to look forward to here in Lugo this afternoon. But before we get the semi-finals underway, let's remind you what happened in the last 8.
Team chemistry is vital in the World Cup. Cracks appeared last night as the pairing from Great Britain weren't so great in losing to Austria. Jason Shaw and Elliot Sanderson succumbed 9-4 to Albin Ocean and Mario Hay as the mighty Austrians remained firmly on course for a record-equalling 3rd World Cup triumph. You see, Austrian mistakes were outweighed by those from the Anglo-Scottish pairing who failed to spark. As for China, they could make it a record-breaking 4th success after their victory over Japan. Wu Chaqing was well below his best, but Wang Can was much improved as Pool's court jester Naoki Oi and his playing partner Masato Yoshioka bowed out. That left a dream semi-final lineup, the ultimate quality quartet. All of the partnerships left are multiple past winners of the World Cup of Pool.
So here's how the draw looks then, and we really are at the business end of the competition. The Philippines and Austria facing off in the first of today's semi-finals. And then Germany, the number 3 seed, coming into this, taking on China in the second of today's semis for a spot in the final. There really is so much to play for today. We can't overemphasize just how prestigious this competition is in terms of Team Nineball, and there's $60,000 available to the winning team as well. So plenty to play for, plenty to look forward to. As per usual, I'm delighted to be joined by Carl Boys and Jeremy Jones. Let's just, before we move on to the semi-finals and get excited for the day's play, let's just have a quick look back at yesterday's quarterfinals, because we saw some absolutely cracking matches. And Germany in particular really impressed, didn't they, Jeremy? When you look, they were 7 racks to 3 down against Poland, but absolutely no bother from Moritz Neuhausen, even when Joshua Filler sets him up with a really awkward 9-ball shot to win the match.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been like that for Germany. It seems like the entire event being behind a few racks there. 7-3, that's a big deficit. And for a young Moritz Neuhausen, you got to figure the World Cup alone makes you nervous and inexperienced, right? But being behind, I mean, and he still held up, and Joshua Filler led that team beautifully. And
talking to the pair of them afterwards as well, they basically said there was no point when they thought that they were going to lose that match, even when they were 4 racks behind. That sort of confidence and self-belief does volumes, doesn't it, in a team competition that has the pressure of the World Cup?
Yeah, some people just kind of naturally have that or acquire it as a young kid in sport, right? But otherwise, you have to learn how to have that attitude, and that's going to carry him forward big time in the semis.
Yeah, so they will play China a little bit later on. The Philippines against Austria are first on the table. And Carl, this Philippines team, they came into the competition unseeded, partly because, well, a huge part of it was down to the fact they haven't been able to play globally over the last couple of years. But a phenomenal performance, and they've just been flawless, haven't they? So much talent from James Aranis and Johan Chua.
Yeah, obviously 2 of the young guns play on the World 9-Ball Tour. I thought Chua's been amazing. Aranis, a little bit shaky, not yesterday. He really brought the game. They look fantastic. And obviously the comeback weren't easy to run the last rack, but they did. And obviously the talent in Asia is just unbelievable. That's why the Asian Open has sold out in 2 minutes. We're going to Vietnam, but don't worry, if you didn't get a spot, there's qualifiers available.
Oh my goodness, I mean, yeah, spot's been snapped up already for the Asian Open. And we look at this, the semi-final lineup, Jeremy, and we've got 2 teams from Asia, we've got 2 teams from Europe. It truly is a global game, and it's brilliant to see, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's very deserving, 4 teams, and from what Phil said yesterday, the most successful 4 countries in the World Cup of Pool history, so it's very fitting here in 2023.
Here are James and Johan arriving this morning, looking fairly relaxed. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday, Carl, in that it's the teams that have got that great rapport, great relationship, know how to play well together, that are really showing through. And that cannot be epitomised more by Albin Ocean and Mario He, who've won this twice together previously. Yeah,
that's going to be important today. And they've kind of like just got over the line. One player's been a bit scrappy, the other one's pulled them through, but it's the final day. Albin Ocean, he's known for kind of like skipping through the days at these tournaments, but when it's the business end, he wins the trophies time and time again. So it won't surprise me if they've got the trophy for a 3rd time.
Okay, can these teams find yet another level as we head into the semi-finals? Let's get going, shall we? It's Austria against the Philippines.
Nineball pool fans all around the world, and welcome to Lugo, Spain, where Mature Multisport and Galicia Pool Association are presenting the 2023 World Cup of Pool semi-finals. Wow, the crowd is hungry for pool action. 8 players, 4 teams fighting for the last 2 spots in the final this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the arena Dodong Diamond, James Aranas, and Bad Koi, Johan Chua for Team Philippines. Let's hear it for the opponents ready to fight. They are the main machine, Albin Ocean, and the Panda, Mario Hay, for Team Austria.
All the players looking remarkably relaxed as they head to the table. We are so looking forward to this, the first of our semi-finals this afternoon. Jeremy Jones and Phil Yates are in the commentary box.
Thanks, Hannah. What's the definition of a superb semi-final lineup? Well, how about one where all 4 teams are serious contenders for the title? It's so difficult to predict a winner this evening. What we already know is that Austria and the Philippines have had plenty of previous success in this tournament. I think based on their performances thus far, you would make the Philippines favourites, but Austria have proved on so many occasions in the past that they produced their best pool in the World Cup on the final day.
Yeah, absolutely, Phil. Just waiting for Mario He to break off. And Team Austria, you know, those 2 championship wins, they really haven't brought that performance yet in this event. And that's what it's going to take, you would figure, to dismantle this Filipino team. And that's a good sign. I know no shot on the blue 2 of any offensive kind, but they got to like the way they broke the balls here in game number 1.
If the Australian pairing are back home now, Justin Sage and James Georgiadis, and they're watching this on Foxtel down there, they might be thinking, we should have beaten these, and they would be correct. They were 6-3 up in the first round, Australia, on the verge of a seismic upset, and then mistakes crept in. Sage missed a difficult 9-ball to knock the Austrians out. That's how close they came to elimination.
Yeah, they played a great match, hold their heads high, they'll be back. I'm surprised he's not banking the 2 down just in between the pink and the purple down to the low rail, but decided to play the push out, trying to make the pink 4 a little more difficult. But Johan Chua with a thin cut to end that match yesterday. So much drama, right? Now goes probably thin on the pink, on the blue 2 as well. I'd cut the 2 towards the 8, bring the cue ball kind of back where it's at now. It's not easy. Maybe looking to float the 2. He's a little elevated, so not sure what he's doing here. Trying to use the 9 and get the 2 past the side pocket, of course. And you don't really reflect on past performances of top players like this. You can't rely on anything but their best if that's your opponent. But you could consider at least making them earn it to start, and that's what they've done here, the Philippines.
Extension code.
Breaking wise, I got to favor the Philippines. What we've seen so far favor the Philippines. Tactically, I give a little edge to this team here, and of course if they play their game, they're not behind anyone. Really nice start, and a really awkward shot to start as well, being 4 or 5 feet away from the object ball, having to kill the cue ball, plus make the object ball travel far enough to get the snooker. Very awkward kind of shot, and that's what's so impressive about cue sports. You know, snooker, it's a little different because the balls are on the spot a lot, you know, the numbered balls and whatnot, but even snooker, you can't practice all these shots.
Every frame, every rack is different.
Hit it with a lot of control, so that's a good sign. And when the nerves are high, it's easy to want to overhit the jump shot.
Tell you what Philippines want to do. They want to make the same kind of start they made against Chinese Taipei in the quarterfinals. They led 6-0 and 7-1. That's asking an awful lot against the quality of the opposition.
Yeah, I guess the pink does play into the left side, so all about knocking this one in. Smooth as silk there from Albin Ocean, and Carl said it. You know, it seems like Albin has his struggles early, no matter if it's a singles or doubles, but when it gets towards the end, he brings his best.
He's had huge success in matchroom events, and my theory is he's helped by the shot clock. In the Spanish Open, he played some very lengthy matches, none more so than a 4-hour marathon, first to 10. Sometimes he can be a little indecisive, but when the shot clock is in place, it makes his mind up for him. And normally, as you might expect from a double world 9-ball champion, the instinct is correct.
Yeah, you can't preach it enough. Even with no shot clock, players question that instinct too often, and we've seen it here this week. Quite a bit between the two. Not these two, of course, but the doubles pairings. I think also, you know, I've always talked about that there's two types of players. There's some that really aim and really want to aim, and there's some that stroke the ball. And You know, Albin I've always labeled as a player that really relies on the stroke, the timing of it and whatnot. And I think the further you go in the event, you just settle that down and start to rely on it and trust it. That's why you'll see players at times, even though they've made the ball in decent position, they'll shake the head because they're not happy with the delivery, even though they had got the job done that was in front of them. Big shot here. Yeah, I was wondering, ooh, a little fortunate that one fell.
Last week in the Spanish Open, that pocket on the main table in the first few days was unforgiving. This one a little more generous. That one, though, was a no-doubter. Albin Auschen and Mario He make an agreeable start. They laid the hook. The jump shot for the Filipinos didn't quite work, and Austria did the rest. These two make a wonderful team. Yes, there's no doubt. Albin Auschen is the leader with his individual achievements, rightfully so. But Mario He is a wonderful foil. They've won this in 2017 and 2019. In between, in 2018, they were finalists. The last two stagings, though, suffering heavy defeats in the first round.
Yeah, that just shows you the quality of the field and how fickle Nineball pool is. It doesn't take much to be off. And in 2019, I think, if you really paid attention, it was Mario He that really carried the team. Quite the opposite in 2017.
And was 2019 an omen for today, because who did they beat in the final, Austria? The Philippines. 11-3. Different pairing, though. Back then it was Carlo Biardo and Jeff DeLuna.
Yeah, DeLuna didn't have his best final there. Had a great event, of course, but just a few shots got away, and it doesn't take much against this pairing here. And again, already good signs for the break. I wouldn't say it's the Filipinos' break that they've shown this week, but still good signs for Austria. A little funny here. It does have a shot on the blue, too. A little near the rail with the cue ball, though. The natural path really doesn't lead him into any position. Is he going to elevate here, try and swing the rock, maybe two rails around the pink?
Extension code.
Go kind of at the red 3, making the pot on the blue 2 much more difficult. It's kind of early, and that's what he's sizing up right now. The way the pink kind of sits and the 9-ball, I think even elevating is difficult to get position. So I like this play, leveling out and keeping control. Not going to miss the blue 2, and now he's elevating. So we'll see. I think this is smart, really. You're playing a very dangerous team, and if we knew yesterday, or remember yesterday, it was a cross-side bank that was difficult for the Koh brothers, right? Didn't miss it by much, and they sat in the chair for some 4 or 5 racks afterwards.
Yeah, that was on the 2-ball in the first rack. It was misjudged. The Philippines ran out and then broke and ran to 4-0.
All right, looks like he's taking this on. Watch out for the cue ball. Big pocket. I was a little worried about that cue ball. Just because when you have little space, the side pockets take up a lot of that room coming across. A little unfortunate going off the 7, but he definitely caught it thinner than he wanted.
And at this level, with these players, this should be connecting the dots.
Yeah, you would figure he'd want to drop to the bottom rail a little bit underneath the purple. Yeah, just a little bit. Johan's going to come across the 6-ball, gaining that natural angle be able to roll off the green 6 to get to the brown 7. And in all departments, I think this team's looked the best, you know, whether it be the correct amount of communication, really enjoying the moment. Of course, when you're winning, you're enjoying it. But even, you know, in some adversity in a few matches, it seemed like the mental setting for this pairing was just about perfect.
Yes, if you're
Please
one
make
of the
sure your phones are
multitude of
silent.
people watching in the Philippines, your boys have done you proud, as they always do, it seems, in this tournament. No ego involved. It's been a true team effort.
What you find, of course, still one of the most talented countries in 9-ball pool, but today's Filipinos have a little better technique overall. I think Efren would tell you the same thing. He's talked about that before.
When Austin scratched, he must have sensed that was loss of rack. So it proved. It's the equaliser. Philippines back on level terms. I think one of the keys to success with the Philippines has been the fact that they are pretty level in terms of individual accomplishment and status within the game. Johan Chua has definitely taken the lead in terms of being the captain of the side. They've won this on 3 occasions in the past, 2006 and 2009. It was Efren Reyes and Francisco Bustamante. In 2013, Lee Van Corteza and Dennis Okoye. So you could say, Jeremy, these two are walking in the footsteps of giants.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Efren maybe the biggest giant of them all, and definitely the biggest in the Philippines. Of course, Django Bustamante right next to him. And you said Johan Chua taking the lead, and the good thing is James Aranis is just fine with that. Now, this has been the difference to me. They both break the balls hard and seem to just get a few, you know, I wouldn't say easy racks, but shots at the right time and then backing it up with the execution. Well, we saw an incredible 2-ball from Johan Chua at Hill yesterday after an unfortunate miss on a tough shot from Ko Ping Chung, but now a difficult 2-ball and very similar
2-ball is frozen
here in rack 3.
Might have heard Desislav Boschel over there telling Chua that the 2 is frozen to the rail.
Now this here, you want to stay away from any side spin. Even if you run into the 8 with the cue ball, that's okay. Oh, that's unfortunate for a couple reasons. Such a good shot, cleanly struck, and never left that rail it was frozen to. And James, who did have one struggle yesterday with a shot when he was jacked up.
extension code.
Good thing here is they can go forward still. He just has to add a little speed to this to open up for the pink.
This is actually deja vu, because what allowed the Chinese Taipei comeback was a missed 3-ball to this pocket.
It sure was, and I think he'll remember that. You can use the rail a little bit. Really nice. And watching these guys practice earlier today before the event, just a few minutes of it, but they were really clean with the stroke, looked pretty calm over there, and so far the same here in the semifinal.
What a week it's been for Filipino pool. The announcement of the new World Ranking event at the end of this month. The Sharks International Open with a first prize of $30,000 US, part of the World 9-ball Tour. Wouldn't it be fitting if the Philippines completed a record-setting 4th victory in the World Cup later on today. They were 25-1 with the bookmakers at the start of the week. I can't get over that. It was value on steroids.
Yeah, well, that no seed next to their name, we talked about that immediately along with China. And that's just because, you know, lack of participation for many different reasons at times, and pretty much everything out of their hands. Now that it's back in their hands, they're showing us why they should be here. I'll tell you, that tournament in the Philippines next month, it's going to be incredible. And we talk about an event that's going to grow and maybe more of them. That's definitely a place that they want to be involved in the World Nineball Tour. Especially with bright stars shining, excuse me.
Their first break and run out of the match, and given the way they break off, you have to believe it won't be their last. The Philippines lost the first rack, but they lead 2-1. This is the simply delightful city of Lugo. My co-commentator, Jeremy Jones, walked around those famous Roman walls this morning and thoroughly enjoyed the experience. I can recommend a visit to this city heartily.
Yeah, it was beautiful this morning and well worth it. Getting out in the city and seeing a few things before going home tomorrow, but I'll tell you, the hard break off has been good, especially like right there. You don't make the one always, right? But you get more action on other balls, and a little unfortunate. Very difficult push out here. Don't think the one plays off the 8. So it should be something like a kick to the left side rail, trying to come across the one, banking it up a little bit. You're going to rub the 8 with the cue ball, let it come to the right. Surprised on the push out here. I thought the kick shot sat pretty well, and I don't think Austria is going to be too upset taking on this kick shot either. I'm not really sure how the 1 sits on the 8. But this isn't too difficult. And the 8 actually offers to where you can hit the 1 a few different ways and either cleanly bring the 1 up the side rail or a little bit off that black 8. So a little surprising with the push out.
Back to Team Philippines.
The Philippines back at the table. So often in the past we've seen Filipino players lay a trap with a push out and then transform the rack.
Yeah, I caught the 1 a little thin. When you evaluate a push out, and you know, like right here, Austria passed it. They knew there was some jeopardy there of getting snookered and the Filipinos being able to perform that little shot and execute. But what they weighed is, what if they don't? We're going to come into a good position being able to play a nice safety, maybe across corner bank. So it's all about the odds. What are the odds of them executing? And what are they going to leave us if they don't? I tell you, I might kick between the 5 and 9 here off this bottom cushion. You got a lot of action there. Balls to get, you know, a snooker with. You may pocket this ball a few different ways, and you're a big favorite to hit it. Like that.
There's a grand history of kicking in the Philippines, isn't there? They are masterful.
Yeah, really. Some of the best, if not the best, in the one foul department when the game really got introduced many decades ago. And it seems like Aranis has been jacked up half the match. Now trying to run the cue ball safe. I don't know if that's going to be enough speed. Now he did pretty well with the 2, and that was half the battle. Don't really think there's much going directly at this ball, so it'll be a 2-rail kick from behind most likely. And talk about the Filipinos kicking at the ball. This guy right here, especially these types, he rarely ever misses what he wants. Now is the purple going to disrupt the movement of the 2 ball up the table? We'll see. Really good. And he recognized going 1 rail, and he was comfortable with it, you know. I was a little worried at the speed, but it made sense going 1 rail. If he had to come 2 rails behind, most likely doesn't get a rail after contact. Chua, he's going to try and attack this in the upper corner with the jump cue, and don't know how much draw he'll get on this. to get a little movement on the 9 maybe. Oh, he could see it.
Parang hirap para tamaan doon sa bakanting lote.
That's the standard they set when the ball was sent wide. The crowd oohed in surprise.
12.
Now this is a bit concerning. I thought he could go forward and not scratch, avoid the scratch. This is thick. Oof. And he wanted to play it a little thick to avoid the scratch, but these pockets playing a little soft this morning.
After scraping through against Australia, they beat Bosnia 7-3. And we know about last night's 9-4 win over the British duo.
Yeah, and remember that Bosnia team, I think they played really well. They just let a few shots get away, and the match itself was much closer than that scoreline. Seems like Austria settling in now.
Team Austria wins the rack.
Once again, it's all square. Before the match, we spoke to the Austrians about how they viewed the forthcoming semi-final.
We're in the semi-final, so I enjoyed playing, but I think I'm not really happy with our game yet. Certain parts of our game were good, but mostly it was just one player stronger than the other, so we never really showed our A game. But I know we have to do today. We have to play our best. We watched the Philippines playing against Taiwan, which was a crazy match. So we have to play our best today, otherwise it's going to be a trip back home.
We played okay, not really good, but okay. And we are very happy that we're in the semis. And like Albin said, we have to improve to win the next game.
Of course, it means a lot to us to be in the semi-final.
Thank you. Rack 5, Team Austria to break, 2 racks each.
Now then, is the one on? Is there room past the 9? The answer is yes.
And an open look at the 1 with a very open table. It is going to require some nice execution here to start. Doesn't want to pull the cue ball back with a little backspin.
Interestingly, when Austria won this in 2017 and in 2019, their semi-final performance was outstanding. They beat China 9-1 in 17, Spain 9-3 a couple of years later in these semi-finals.
Well, that shot right there is going to do a lot for Mario moving forward. Had a little trouble in a few matches when he needed a little power. That's when we really saw the misses. But that one was really smooth and got a lot out of the cue ball. Still a lot of work left here in this rack, though. talk about it all the time. The team or individuals in Nineball pool that really wins the events are the ones that put a few racks together here and there after winning games, and we've seen it already from the Philippines with one break and run and what looks like Austria to match it. Not a whole lot here, just a hair roll forward. Take a little angle on the brown 7 to work the cue ball to the 8.
Just dabbing the pot in for the most simple position imaginable. No risk pool. And the lead should be regained. In these early stages of the semi-final, the pendulum is swinging. In that case, Austria were the beneficiaries, and they lead 3-2. Break and run out for He and Ocean. These are the Filipinos. They've been enjoying life all week, proudly representing their country, and beforehand, that shone through in their interview.
Yesterday, my game a lot better than our previous match, and I'm happy with that.
We knew we have a tough game for Chinese Taipei. When they're running out against us, we're just lucky enough to get a chance in the last rack. I keep telling him that we only need just one chance.
We never lose hope, and once we have a chance, and then we're just gonna take it no matter what.
Austria is the only team to win this event twice with the same players, so it's very exciting for us, for me, also to be facing them in the semifinals.
Yes, it's gonna be a good test. That's why we are really looking forward for this match.
Whatever happens today, we all deserve it. We reach here, and yeah, let's see how it goes.
Win or lose, we'll be happy, and we're just gonna do our best.
Leading by 3 racks.
Come on!
Not something you see a whole lot, but a consistent cue ball up the table from Albin Ocean on both his breaks. And Albin, the lightest of the 4, breaking the balls, and still has plenty of power into it, just a little different approach. Gotta believe it's going to be a push out here. I think they would push out up the table, trying to utilize the tough green 6 that's in front of the 2 ball, cutting things off. You don't want to roll out to some kind of easy safety, and I would definitely look at this end where Albin's at right now. I kind of like that area he's looking at.
Extension
Albin
call.
down table. I think anything up table, you're going to really kind of tease the Philippines at going offensive on you, and you may not get it back. Like, they're going to take on a cross-side bank, whether they're on the rail or not, if the angle lays to take it on. It's definitely going to be there. So maybe trying to roll out to where the cross-side bank's a scratch. But when you're rolling out or pushing out, excuse me, the one thing you want to do is at least have a chance to get it back. You know, like right here, there's no chance they're getting this back. I could never imagine that. Whether it be Philippines playing the safety off the blue 2 or attacking.
May place yun. Kasi dublete natin. Ay, sakit. Tirahin mo na. Ikaw. Sige, tirahin mo. Extension. Extension.
Extension code.
He's going to take on the cut down the rail. Wow. And this is what I love. This is where the game of Nineball is going. If you want to win titles, you have to take on the difficult yourself. Bet on yourself.
On that particular shot, he's mustard.
Yeah, well, I'm very shocked that's where they pushed out, to be fair. And I think a mental error you'll see from Austria maybe once every 2 to 3 years, it seems. But and again, no matter make or miss, you got to love the mentality of Team Philippines.
Well, if Austria did throw down the gauntlet, which I don't believe they did, as Jeremy said, I think it was just a mental error. But if they did throw down the gauntlet, that gambit is spectacularly backfired.
Oh yeah, you saw a smile from both of them, and this has gone a little far. This could get a little tricky. Very tricky. Now this is where you have to cheat the pocket a little bit, drawing the ball back for the side. It should be okay, but a little miss hit to the pocket. I don't anticipate a miss, but maybe making the brown 7 a little more difficult. But the funny thing is, he made an incredible shot, Johan, but I don't think they were giving it back no matter what decision they made to play on the brown 2. Now here you have to just trust the bed, really smooth the ball around the table. You only have to get a little past the middle. Heck with that smooth. Fairfield. Johan has not missed a beat.
He's been the standout player so far, no doubt.
I think really of the event, not just in this match.
The push out from Austria directly cost them the rack and indeed the lead. Philippines back on level terms, 3-3. This is Lugo, steeped in history. And down the hill from the city centre, at the Pazo de Fieras y Congresos, more history of the pool variety will be made today, as the latest winner of the World Cup of Pool is going to be crowned.
Rack 7.
We're still no wiser who it will
Team
be.
Philippines to break.
The first
3 racks
semi-final
each.
locked at 3. The Philippines against Austria, but the Philippines do break in rack 7.
And again, Phil, you can't say punishment so much besides just a great shot from Johan Chua in the last rack, but looking to apply a little heat once these teams win a game. Now a little off angle on the 3, so maybe very difficult to get to the pink 4, but the break and runs, that's the separation. Now look at this shot he's thinking about, trying to shoot the 3 and power up and go in between the purple 5 and the 9 to the left side rail, then 3 rails back between the 8 and 9 back for the pink 4. I don't know if it's there or not. Be a pretty shot to watch.
Extension code.
Cue ball gets to hopping on that shot, he could lose it right off in that corner on the top left part of your screen. The bank's there. That may offer some position. Oh, friendly little kiss, and in a couple ways, not only getting somewhat of a snip on the pink 4, but moving the purple over in an easier position. So always say it, fortune favors the brave, and a lot of players wouldn't have even taken that shot on.
Of course, the World Cup is being played on the back of the Spanish Open at this very venue last week, where Johan Chua trounced Joshua Filler. Now, that was individual pool, this is team pool, but I think it underlined the state of his game right now, which is tip-top.
Yeah, I've never really heard of it being down, of course. Talked about before, loves his home country and his family, and of course the pandemic got in the way of these guys. And said it yesterday, the players know about Johan Chua, and once he gets used to this setting, I think he's a top 5 or 6 player in the world. Just a lovely, great guy as well. Always smiling, always positive no matter what he's saying to you. Just one rail down here. Maybe catches the second rail. Real quality here in our first semifinal so far, Phil.
As it was in the quarterfinal involving the Philippines. It was a break and run out for the Filipinos in the 3rd rack, and it's going to be exactly the same in the 7th.
Team Philippines wins the rack.
The lead continues to fluctuate. Now it's on the Filipino side at 4-3. On this roll of honour, the Philippines do figure in 2013. It was a remarkable final, that, against Holland. They won 10-8. I remember Dennis Locolio played a very poor positional shot on the 8. It left Lee Van Corteza a really pressurised 9, but he knocked it in anyway. And of course, in earlier years, the Philippines won the inaugural staging of this tournament in 2006 and repeated in 2000 and 9. As for Austria, well, this would be their 3rd victory if they lift the trophy tonight in the last 6 editions.
Yeah, and 3rd by the same duo from Austria as well, which is
leading by
pretty incredible. Just smashes the balls. What's the blue 2 gonna do? Big reward. And again, it's been, look back 2 games ago, you think about, okay, he's got the 2 hanging. A couple games ago, he made maybe the shot of the tournament on the push out and then put the rack together, Team Philippines, and then a break and run. So a little reward for some incredible shots so far.
Yes, in a match, you're looking for a turning point, a pivotal moment always. Quite often, it's recognised as being a mistake. But in this case, if the Philippines do go on and pull away, the pivotal moment will be, as Jeremy said, that's unforgettable too.
Yeah, you're just a little out of line here. So he's got to work the cue ball. He's got plenty of, power to move the ball 2 rails, I think, between the 8 and 9. A little below center and a lot of right spin.
Extension code.
Now he can force it up the table, kind of 1 rail. Oh, that's enough angle. Okay, he's going to go more of the 1 rail path down the left side of the table, real clear side like this.
It should be routine, but over the course of 6 days of competition, we've seen some remarkable misses, some extraordinary faux pas.
Yeah, but everything they've done so far hasn't been anything kind of in a steering manner, right? Even the simple shots, they've stayed pretty committed to the stroke. And in my mind, probably at some point talked about, we're going to go down shooting. Of course, they're going to make smart decisions. That's what Filipino players do. But again, when you're breaking the ball so well, you can take a little risk or a little gamble at not going in when you feel like, you're going to put some more with it. As this World Nineball Tour grows, and the sport's already huge around the world, but it's just going to get bigger and bigger. That's got to go. That's got to go. A little quick with the takeaway, so didn't quite keep accelerating through the cue ball, and a big shot here for Team Philippines.
He'd be the player I nominate to take it on. Another slice of excellence under pressure from Johan Chua. Philippines lead 5-3, a little more than halfway towards the ultimate goal of making the final of the World Cup of Pool. Now, I was talking about this tournament a little earlier on. Just confirmation, the latest addition to the burgeoning World Nineball Pool Tour schedule. Ranking points on offer in the Philippines at the Sharks International 9-Ball Open. The dates, July 24 to 29. And given the location, there is going to be one power-packed field lining up to try and win the $30,000 first prize. And of course, 30,000 world ranking points, which could be very significant in terms of getting into other tournaments next year, like the World Masters, maybe the World Cup, who knows?
Rack
Well,
9.
there's a pretty big
Team
event at the
Philippines to
end of
break.
the year, right?
Leading
That
by 5 racks to 3.
if an American or two could make it over and make some serious noise, they could get a lot of points. If you want to test yourself, see how well you're playing, make that trip over to the Philippines. Okay, the 3's on the bottom rail, making the 1 and the 2. I'll tell you, not sure if there's any position here, but not the worst long rail bank on the 3 with a lot of cover. With the brown 7, the pink 4, black 8. You may continue to stay aggressive here.
Nipisan mo lang. Oh. Wala nang pick. Oh. Cover na cover. Hindi na kasi ako sa ganito. Nipisan mo lang. Basta nipisan mo lang kakapalan. Oh.
Okay, he's gonna, looks like he's gonna chop the 3 over and try and run the cue ball 2 rails. Difficult shot on the slidey table. If you hit it well, it looks kind of easy, but any miss hit. He's gonna catch a little piece of the 6, maybe overhit it. Ooh, a little feather on the 6. Slowed it down a bit.
Given their confidence level, if they start having a run, I think the engraver can start work. That was extraordinary. I think it was going to be okay anyway, but that was a little bonus getting in behind the 5.
Yeah, and I think Albin's got to be the shooter here, coming 2 rails underneath the 9. If he comes across the 3, big percentage, he comes away safe. Just one of the best at all these kicks. You think the Filipinos haven't won some fans over this week? Oh, look at this. This is going to work out nicely. Just a little chip on the red 3. Tell you what, I like coming 3 rails at this ball, almost the same route that Albin took. Little easier hit here, but not as much cover. Maybe pockets it. Oh, there you go. All right. Little fluke, but a little reward for us pool fans. We get to see Johan Schua possibly come with another incredible shot on the pink 4.
Ocean acknowledges luck, then the Filipinos do exactly the same.
Yeah, one of the prettiest shots in pool right here, going with a high ball and a little speed. You create a little ricochet effect off the pink 4, get the cue ball to the side rail, bottom rail, then most likely between the 7-9 back down for the purple 5. Big one coming, Phil. Timing off a little bit.
Yeah, that was a big shot for the Philippines, and it's equally big for Austria, this.
Wieder 4 über Bande oder halt direkt eine schießen. 15 Sekunden.
Extension.
Kahit ba't malong siya, basta madikit mo rito. Tama-tama, dito sa baba.
Yeah, no real place to run for the snooker. Just trying to leave them long, I think. And just underhit it. He wanted the pink 4 to come up, of course, but the cue ball to travel much further up table, really testing the Austrians.
This will test the nerve of he. Cue ball uncomfortably close to the side cushion.
Yeah, especially because, you know, he doesn't want to add side with such a difficult shot, but the black 8's a big ball. So whether he's going to roll it, maybe get into the ball a little more, bump the 8. And that's what happens whenever you're thinking about the cue ball as well. And of course, a mistake from Mario, but Albin would say that's a little on him as well. Wasn't the best draw stroke on the pink 4.
Without any dispute, the most error-strewn rack of the match. And in many respects, psychologically, it's the most important.
10 seconds.
Okay, something that has not gotten to the Filipino players much is the shot clock. Wow. So let me show you what I got. Let me show you. And people don't realize, you know, we say it about certain players, it's just a little bit next level when it comes to Johan Chua.
The clock was running down, but it could be time for the Philippines. What an effort.
Yeah, it was so thin you could barely hear the contact on the purple 5, and it seems like medium speed. He traveled it some 20 feet around the table. That's how thin it was.
On this highlight reel, the 2 from Chua in rack 6 will feature. So will the 5. 2 gems. And now the Filipinos are doubling up on the double World Cup champions. Philippines 6, Austria 3. We are seeing pool at its finest. Sometimes in a team environment, that isn't always the case. But Johan Chur is just on fire. That 5-ball was brilliant with the time running low. And then look at shape on 6. James Aranas, the expression said it all. Go, partner, go.
Thank you. Rack 10. Team Philippines to break. Leading by 6 racks to 3.
And his braking efficiency has been pretty high as well.
Nineball. Okay, well, the black 8 got in the way, it seems, and it was a push out that really was questionable at 3-3, I believe it was. And now another push out coming from Austria. I bet they remember that one and do not push out to any option offensively. Wow, they are. They're going to challenge him.
Ja, da wüsste ich sogar. Warte, lass mich mal schauen.
Now, one thing they can think about, and it will come up in doubles, is now that Johan broke dry, it will be Aranas that either takes the shot or passes it back. Okay, I don't know about that one either. Even though they didn't have a lot of options, maybe I would have rolled out down table to a kick on the 1. But it looks like he can overcut the 1 and run the cue ball safe. That's what it looks like. Don't even play the 1. Avoid the contact on the purple, the very right side of the yellow 1, and run the cue ball.
Pag tiniyan ako to, tatamaan yung 5. Hindi tatamaan yung 5. Ha? Hindi tatamaan. Ha, pupunta? Pag ganun yung 1. Basta ito, kalkulayin mo. Kung piplacing mo siya, punin mo to. Dito patama mo sa 1. May kontra ka sa kanan. Papuntang pag ganun. Pag ganun lang yung pato. Hindi, mahaba pa time natin. Kung gusto mo, try mo naman siya. Pag tiniyan ako, tatama 5 eh. Oo nga. Eh, di kung ipiplacing mo, sigurado siyang placing. Kahit makarambola mo yung 5, pag gumanon dito, cover na siya. Sige. Ha? Placing ka lang. Okay. Kunin. Extension.
Extension code.
Basta kunin mo lang to. Huwag mong nipisan. Dito lang, kahit saan dito. Sa gitna lang ng dalawa. Pakontra lang, mahina lang. Hindi sobrang lakas.
Chur's voice remains the most assertive.
Yeah, it looks like they're simply just banking the 1 past the 4 and 5, trying to kill the cue ball back up on them like this. It's going to open up a little bit. Don't think they have a direct path at the 1, but definitely a doable jump, and a rail first is available. Didn't really think he had to jack up that much. Now for the jump shot, obviously he does, but for the swerve, I thought he could keep it with just a little elevation in the back end of the cue. Now is the rail first going to offer any position? That's really secondary anyways. Oh, he's trying to make it directly. How good is Alvin Ocean? Really good. Whether he can make it or not. And you know how good that was and how kind of advanced he is. As the rail first was there but offered no shape. So he decided to curve the ball to play ball first, which allowed the cue ball to move into position, and recognizing that we need to put something together against this team Philippines.
And down the line on the shot on the 2, it is directly pottable. Or at least I thought it was. Wow.
I was with you, Phil. Thought for sure he could get at that ball.
Ako tira, di ba? Oh.
Now this is a funny 2-rail kick if he's going to the right side with the green 6 being there, and He'll obviously try to avoid the green 6, but the second rail doesn't take much spin, so probably catches this a little thinner than he wants. Oh, he hit it perfect. He hit it absolutely perfect.
Albin Ocean's head bowed as he sees the two go in at the most unlikely angle.
How often they overcut that particular shot, and I'm not really sure why. We've seen it all week coming off the rail, a very full hit on the 3, and Team Austria, even though snookered a big favorite now with the jump cue.
Have to take advantage of this, Jeremy. They simply have to.
Yeah, and Albin should pull out of the corner here 2 rails. Big open space. No reason to play it with inside. Looks like he's going inside instead. So a little preference when you're close to the ball. Again, trailing 6-3. It's not because of a bunch of mistakes from Austria. It's just been phenomenal performance so far by the Philippines. So Austria right in it. I think mentally they're intact with not many mistakes.
You'd be a fool to write them off. As we've mentioned before, they were 6-3 down in the first round to Australia. That was a race to 7. They got through. This is a race to 9, so a little more room for manoeuvre. Now then, you might have heard from Carl Boys at the start of the programme saying that the Asian Open pool entries were opened today and they went within minutes. The field is fully subscribed. It's going to be October 10 to 15, the latest major ranking event on the World Nineball Pool Tour, and it's going to take place in Hanoi in Vietnam. Really looking forward to that. Asia has been such a pool powerhouse for so many, many years, and we can expect an absolutely pulsating event, and what a wonderful field will assemble. 256 players. And you know, Asia will be so well represented there. Plus, all of the top players from the rest of the world.
To break, trailing by 6 racks to 4.
Really nice break off there. The cue ball's going to end up table a little bit. Looks like the 9's going to interrupt any shot at the blue 2. Does have an edge on it. And Albin, one of the best at edging the ball if he decides to, if it's possible to knock the 2 into the brown 7 and run the cue ball. Yeah, that Asian Open's going to be something special. have to come prepared and probably have a roll or two at the right time and play exceptional pool to take that title down in the inaugural, right? Those are always special as well. Trying to edge it. Watch out for the purple 5 here. Kind of slowing the cue. Oh, he can cross this ball maybe. Send it upstairs. So Albin's been really on point so far in this match.
And he's not frightened of a fight back. When he won the second of his World 9-ball titles, he was quite some way behind against Omar Al-Shaheen before producing his best when it mattered most.
And it doesn't have the jump cue here, so really getting fooled by the camera. I thought there was no chance with the 9-ball and the purple 5 there to get at this blue 2 directly. You don't want to make a mistake like this. You know, 6-4 lead. You'll take a chance kicking at the ball, as great as they are. Okay, in the first 2 rounds or so for Austria, when Mario did make a mistake, it was either power or distance, and now he needs a bit of both.
Extension.
Extension code.
What they're looking at here is if they go forward, the cue ball's going to go into the 9. And not much of a safety here as well. Let's see where the tip position is. So he's going to try and put a little steam on this. And a little off with the cueing and maybe a hair fortunate. I think that you may see the Philippines still attack with a cross-corner bank shot.
Worryingly for Austria, it's Chua who comes to the table. He's got an affinity with that 2-ball, I'll tell you.
Yeah, you read my mind. 9-balls are usually the ones you get signed when you do well and you win a tournament, but maybe about 4 or 5 different 2-balls getting signed here by Johan Chua if they go on to win this World Cup. A little funny here, though. I don't know if James can stun out easily. You don't want to get awkwardly cueing. Okay, he went forward. And I'll tell you, that's the privilege of having a partner that's easy-minded, doesn't worry too much, and has the skills of what seems like Superman.
Started playing at the age of 9. His father gave him the nickname Bubwit, Little Mouse, because he was so little he could hardly be seen behind the pool table. Now he's a giant.
Yeah, and the impressive thing is there's been all kinds of different shots. It's not just the long shot. It's not just the power. Right there on the 4, we saw the finesse holding the ball from distance, and the bank on the 2, the cut down the rail on the 2, the 2-ball yesterday. Yeah, lost the rock a little bit there. No, he's okay. It wasn't ever going to be a tough shot on the 7, just a matter of making the angle easy on his partner.
Huwag ka matakot at simulan konti. Hindi mo kailangan ilapit.
I think he's telling him, don't go forward, just hold the ball. Why go forward and make things a little tricky? I'll take a little more distance, no problem.
And that communication was born from supreme confidence. He's in the zone.
Well, we preach it all the time. Remember how good you are. You know, get that first shot at what looks like going to be the winner. He's definitely going to work the cue ball. Could have used a little more, but should be okay. It's taken on the side, it looks like. It's all preference.
And it's all brilliance from the Philippines. A 3-rack advantage is restored at 7-4. They need 2 more to reach the final of the World Cup. Next up, it is Germany. On the left there, Moritz Neuhausen. In your picture, one of the game's greats, Joshua Filler. They're up against China in the second semi-final. Neuhausen, still a teenager. I think he's acquitted himself tremendously. Wu Cha-ching is known as the little genius. He didn't have his best match in the quarterfinals. Wang Can was a lot more reliable. If they play their best, much like the Philippines, they are formidable. It was one of those days at the start, Jeremy, wasn't it? 4 phenomenal teams. Take your pick.
It's around us, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, because you know they're going to bring their best. You
Rack
know,
12.
a mistake there from
Team
Mario,
Philippines
but
to
it
break.
wasn't easy.
Leading by 7 racks to 4.
And the Philippines, right? They've pretty much given the entire tournament a wake-up call, letting them know what it's going to take. Okay, is the blue 2 going to open up? It sure is. There is a pocket there by the 3. I do believe so anyways. Be a little work here for Dez to get the template off. Ooh, not much pocket though.
Now this is the pool equivalent of the snooker maneuver when they have to put the pink back nearest its spot in amongst a group of reds. It's a very intricate operation, but she's a real cool customer.
Yeah, very experienced and, you know, unlucky for Dez. Really, at times, she's had the hardest calls to make. We saw one earlier in this event against Team Singapore. Now, he's going to look at this combination. Why not? And then when they sit like this, what happens is you keep looking at it and you keep liking it even more and more. So we'll see. And this won't be shot softly. It shouldn't be 100 miles an hour, but should have a little pace. Now you roll in Johan Chua, and he'll laugh that one off, while the Austrians maybe not so much.
Oh dear me, that was the fluke of all flukes. Incredibly, I don't think he made any contact with the 9 whatsoever with the 2 ball. Oh, Albin Auschen. Let's have a look at his expression.
Well, the real problem is not only being snookered and trailing 7-4 against a team that seems like no mistakes are on their menu. A very difficult hit here on the blue 2. You may have to hit this really hard, trying to bend it off the 3rd rail coming behind it. He hits it with a high ball. He's got to be down on the cue ball here a little bit. High ball may miss it.
Foul.
And he touched the 9 with his cue stick, or maybe the 3. You could actually hear it during the stroke, and Dez right on it.
Start the clock, please.
I think it was the 3. Regardless, open table for the Philippines to get to the hill. Oh no, it was the 9. It was the 9.
Yeah. All ball fouls here at the pro level. Doesn't matter how it happens. Real cut and dry. Is he coming across the 9 here? Yeah, just wants to be off the rail. Not too thin here on the 3. Lots of options upstairs on the pink.
As fluke hooks go, though, that's right up there. That's the best one of the tournament, or from an Austrian perspective, the worst.
Now on a slick table, these are funny shots if he's trying to get
Extension
by
code.
the 7 with a little kill stroke. That's what I would do. Cue ball wants to go up table, right? Why try to manipulate it in a funny way when the pressure's on? Just go ahead and go with it. I like this option, especially the purple's pretty handy as well, so it doesn't take perfect position on the pink. Ooh. So a couple rolls here for Team Philippines. May not be able to do much here. May have to settle for a cross-side bank. I'm not sure how well he can go forward. And the 6 is on the bottom cushion. Oh, nice stroke there. Got a lot out of that. And now the real natural to go by the brown 7 for the green 6 in the lower left.
You know, when they've won this World Cup, the Philippines have never had an easy task in the semi-finals. 2006, they beat Germany. 2009, China. 2013, Chinese Taipei. And now they're getting ever closer to beating another of the game's better nations.
Yeah, again, could have maybe forced it there on the 6, but just get that shot on the brown 7, and a pretty good one, considering all the way up in the right corner. Couldn't put a whole lot of focus on the cue ball there. Just take the natural path, and James just got to work the cue ball a little bit.
Anywhere but there.
A little stretch as well. No real scratch worry, though.
It went in off the jaw, but it went in. And the Philippines now find themselves doubling up on Austria and on the hill. 8-4. Brilliant pool being produced, but in that rack, it was more down to an intervention from Lady Luck. This is one lovely place. Lugo. It's been hosting 2 major tournaments over the last fortnight. The Spanish Open, won by China's Dang Junhui. Now it's the World Cup, coming to its culmination.
Thank you. Rack 13, Team Philippines to break on the hill, leading 8-4.
And what a sound for Filipino supporters. They're on the hill and they're breaking.
Yeah, I caught that one a little thick. That's what cost him the one. But again, many balls up table with all that power, but a push-out situation. And whenever the one's a little covered up and balls are near, that's when push-outs become even more difficult. It's one extreme or the other. It's either when it's wide open over the pocket, the push-out becomes very tough, or in this situation when there's tons of balls around it. Going to roll out to the lower left corner here. And the Philippines, even though riding high here in this semifinal, playing great and a little bit of fortune at times, but they're not going to forget that big lead they had yesterday against Chinese Taipei at 8-2, so no time to relax.
Yeah, it was 6-0, 7-1, and as Jeremy said, 8-2.
Yeah, I wasn't ever going for that shot, really. Trying to just use what he could, figuring the one would get up a little more behind the pink. And now, if he can't get at the right side of this one, they're cut off kind of moving the one because of the green 6 is dead in the way. Yeah, I think the back end of the cue slightly elevated. Oh, he could get at the right side. That's overhit. And a cross-side bank definitely is available. In position with a high ball, doable as well. Oh, he's going to take on the cut, and why wouldn't you? This is going to be some 1, 2, 3 rails back to the center if he shoots. And he caught it thick. He tried to roll it just 1 rail over. I thought he'd really let the stroke out there. Usually opens up the pocket a little bit because the 1 balls slide.
Yeah, and on multiple occasions we've seen him pull that shot off with consummate ease. It's a shot that normally fits his eye.
Yeah, now Mario's got to knock one in. He should come across for the 2. This is going to be a little short and make things difficult on his partner. Not only pocketing the blue 2, but gaining some kind of guaranteed position on the red 3. So he's got to come across. A little bit of a freebie here in a sense. If he gets the cue ball where he wants, it'll be behind the pink 4 and the black 8, protecting a miss maybe on the blue 2.
Just avoiding the 4 with the cue ball.
It's like everything's been tough for the Austrians, even making a couple great shots. The 2 end up getting a little funny on the 3, kind of straighten on the rail. Now extremely thin here on the pink 4, even though close to it.
Extension code.
And now the complexities have been replaced by what should be simplicities.
Yeah, desperate to get the 9 down and get to that breaking end of the table and see if they can not only get the break going to where they can run a few more racks, but, you know, turn the tides a little bit on Fortune. Hasn't been the best on some dry breaks, and then again on a few they've made balls, been some push-out situations. Got to be careful here, just don't want to land on the cushion. That way Albin, no matter what angle he has, he can work the rock easily. Yeah, falling a little straight, but shouldn't be a problem.
Staying alive, keeping in the match. Austria are stubborn. They've shown that over the years in this World Cup. They've won several matches. These two, they've got no right to win. And who is writing them off in Lugo right now? Well, anyone with any sense, definitely you would not do that. Mind you, they are 3 down with a possible 4 to play. At least, though, they've wrested the break away from the Filipinos. And as Jeremy Jones so rightly said, maybe in the back of the Filipinos' mind, what happened in the quarterfinals when a very big lead ebbed away.
Trailing by 8 racks to 5.
Yeah, and that was with a missed 3 ball from Aranis, but I really don't feel a miss coming from the Filipino players, just a matter of opportunity. Watch out, cross side. Okay, caught a little thin. Even though the players aren't making the 1 as often as we expect, they are making other balls. And now this is again one of those situations. The 1's kind of lonely upstairs, really. So difficult push out. Maybe he takes on the kick.
Push out code.
Can't push out too easy here. I can't tell how far off the end rail the 1 is, but if the 1's up a little bit, the Filipino players will take this on, the 2 rail kick behind. There's so much positive going on.
Madali ba siyang kalubitin? Baka manipis.
Yeah, the 1's pretty close to the rail there, so I don't know about the 2 rail kick or not.
Maninipis siya. Ha? Kaya? Ha? Kaya. Kahit naman manipis siya. Mapato gaganto rito eh. Yung 1 pwedeng bumalik.
Yeah. James directing, Johan said, I like you shooting it. So what he's trying to do here, can't get fully behind it. Cue ball trying to creep up back on the 2-6. Oh, he caught it 1 rail.
Ball in hand.
Wow.
Start the clock, please.
You can tell from the surprise in Jeremy's voice, that was a mistake. I don't think anyone saw coming, but the Austrians will gratefully accept it.
Yeah, and not sure if the red 3 passes the pink 4. That's the real discussion when they're thinking about the blue 2.
Extension code.
He wants to draw over to where when they shoot the blue 2, they really don't have to involve the green 6 with the cue ball. Get to the red 3, so even though ball in hand, a lot's going on in this rack. Well, you know how much easier that makes things getting on the red 3 in the right middle. That a little dangerous it looked like going near the green 6, but pretty nervy shot there from Albin Ocean, and well done.
Wenn es sich so ausgeht vom Winkel wieder magst.
Proving so stubborn, as they have done in many World Cups past. They're never beaten until that final ball goes down. They've got that attitude to be resilient. Awkward queuing left here though. Hampered over the 9.
Yeah, it'd be more delicate if he had to hit it easy. You may get a kick on the 7, but being able to come above the 9 shouldn't be a problem.
Not for the first time, the use of side gives perfect position to he. And Mario deposits the 9. At their darkest point, Austria trailed 8-4. Now at 8-6, there's more than a ray of hope. We just knew, Jeremy, didn't we? We just knew the semi-finals were going to be cracking, and indeed, it's pretty guaranteed that the final will be too.
Yeah, they've been awesome, and you could see after a kind of an odd kick shot from the Filipinos, ball in hand surrendered, and a very nice clearance, especially knowing your opponent, and any one mistake knocks you out of the event with your opponent being on the heel. And I'll tell you, to me, I've seen a few little kind of quirky strokes from Mario early. He settled in, but Albin's looked really good the entire match. So we'll see if they finally get a shot after the break.
Team Austria to break, trailing by 6 racks to 8.
In rack 15, they want to do what they did in rack 5, break and run. Well, that does it. That does it. The golden break. In goes the 9, and suddenly Austria trail by only 1. Golden breaks have been in short supply here this week. That one, though, thundered in. Look at the 9. Clipped in by the cue ball, then off the 7.
Probably not.
How quickly matches can change.
No.
Certainly energized the crowd, Jeremy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they want to see as much pool as they can. They want to see when the heat is on the most. That's at Double Hill, of course. And, they're definitely pool fans here in Spain, as they should be, with so many great players and the #1 player in the world, FSR.
Rack 18, 16, sorry. Team Austria to break, trailing by 8 racks to 7.
Well, The 2-ball and the cue ball are going to be near. And don't think there's a shot. The 3's pretty difficult anyway, so we should see Philippines to the table sometime during rack number 16. Funny thing is, yesterday with Austria's win, we saw this where they broke and got just inches away from the 2-ball a couple times and never really had an offensive shot. So here again, he's going to try and edge this and run the cue ball maybe.
Streifen. Ja, für Streifen probierst man dann, wenn er sie siegt, ist halt Arsch, weil man kann Fußball da spielen.
Er hat halt einen riesen Platz, gell?
Ich meine, jetzt Black gesagt, gell? Was ist, wenn du sie probierst einschießen?
Die Weiße da runter.
Und die Weiße da, oder?
Falsche probieren.
Extension.
Extension code.
Aber ich meine,
Of course, don't speak German, but kind of feel like just from the tone that they're saying we got to shoot this regardless. Try and fan the 2 towards the pink, bring the cue ball 1 or 2 rails behind the purple or in between the purple and the red 3. They don't want the 2 to hit the left of the pink and maybe leave a jump shot. Oh, this may leave the jump I was talking about. Now he did excellent with the cue ball. Okay, some options. The jump doesn't really lead towards much. There's a pretty easy kick behind this 3 cushions off the right side rail, the top rail, then back behind the 2 off the 3rd cushion.
Extension code.
All right, they're going to go for the jump. Not the toughest one to make for these players, of course. They're so great with the short cue, but not sure what he could do for position. Maybe get into the 6 here if he hits it well. They're going to put the 2 somewhat near the 3.
ich kann schon probieren, umlaufen.
Debating the combination on the 3-5 and really no other position it doesn't look like. And one thing you may consider is, can I play position to play a really nice safety? But they're going to take it on, and that's why this pair has won this tournament 2 different times. Can't be afraid.
A gasp from the crowd. The 5 went wide. The 3's open.
Yeah, I'd love to have had my extension there, but one big draw stroke here. Still work left, but it's got to start here. Oh, he got too much out of it. This is going to make everything very difficult to get on the purple. Johan Chua has really had everything on his shoulders. He needs a couple more big ones. Adrenaline going there for James. Got a little more out of the ball than he expected, Phil.
It's been the case throughout that he looks the nervier of the 2.
All right, side pocket. Just going to watch the side. It's going to fall pretty straight, so going to need another big one, not only here from James, but from Johan Chua as well on the green 6. Now he can cheat the pocket a little bit here. He wants to draw this back for maybe something thin in the side, maybe a cross side bank on the green 6. I kind of like him coming back, trying to create a little bit more than just kind of holding the ball and accepting the cut. Well, they decided they kind of bet on him the entire match. Why not again?
This, though, under the most intense pressure. is so tough. Maybe his least impressive stroke of the entire match.
Yeah, and you know, he's made all the other ones, so that one looked worse because of all the ones he's made, but just that first starting shot on the red 3 to the pink 4 made things difficult. Had to play a little bit of a recovery there from the 4 to the 5. A little unfortunate, 1 inch one way or another. The 5 to the 6 would have been much more routine, but we're facing what all these fans want, and that's 8-8.
Philippines have made all the running. They've produced the most eye-catching shots. But now they've got nothing to show for it because Austria, with a display of fortitude, have come back from 8-4 down to make it hill-hill. And of course, with the winner breaks format, they have the advantage because they will get the all-important 17th rack underway. Look at the pot success rate for both teams. Austria actually slightly superior. The Philippines have missed only 3 pots. One of them, though, will be remembered for quite some time if they lose this match. That was the very difficult 6-ball under the circumstances that was beyond Johan Chua. And it was one of those that didn't really threaten the pocket. So the question now, will Austria reach their 4th World Cup of Pool final since 2017?
The deciding rack, Team Austria to break.
Or will Philippines reach their 6th World Cup of Pool final since the event began?
Oh, cue ball. And the one's going to go down as well, making a little less work for the Philippines.
Ball in hand.
And the difficult ball, the pink 4 is near, so the first 3 pretty routine.
Start the clock, please.
Really took a rip at that. Got that 9-ball action that we saw here just a few games ago. But yeah, I like that better than going the rail myself.
Mario here suffered some heartbreaking, narrow defeats on big occasions in 2023. Is this going to be another?
Yeah, you move that a bit now. You want to be able to fall a hair underneath the pink 4 if you can, or dead straight. That face tells it all. Nose, ball in hand really kind of makes any previous mistakes easier to forget, and just a light one here. You got that nice straight angle. May have to shoot the 5 from a little distance, that being James, but so they just got to avoid falling straight on the green 6 here later. That's what cost them in the last rack. And this is getting a little flattish. And the only reason I say that, of course, as a pool player at home or casual player, you'd say, well, that's where you want to be. But when the nerves are high, you don't want to have to get into the cue ball much. That's when mistakes are really made, not only by the amateurs, but also by the best in the world. Yeah, just like this. This may run okay, but it's going to get a little 50-ish. And good thing the 6 plays by the 7.
Yeah, plenty of room, but also plenty of nerves.
Yeah, when you're close to the ball, things can kind of fool you sometimes, and he's got to move the cue ball, it looks like, by the 8 to the other side of the table, trying to fall somewhat straight on the 7. A really nice release of the cue there, especially under the pressure. Now this is where you don't worry about getting off the rail with the cue ball. That's where the 7 could become missable. Maybe pinch it back 6 or 8 inches.
Poor Mario He, semi-finalist in the World Nineball Championship back in February, having come so close to victory, and now he could be, along with Albin Ocean, denied again.
Yeah, a little bit of a funny smile. This fell a little funny. Can't simply come one rail. Got to get into this ball going twice. The cue ball.
What a shot! What a shot!
Yeah, to have the nerve to really get his man so good on the 9.
They were the better team. Austria fought ferociously, but in the end, a scratch on the break cost the Austrians dear. And the Philippines are through to the final. They've staved off yet another unbelievable fight back. It was Chinese Taipei in the quarterfinals. It was Austria in the semi-finals. But in the end, James Arenas and Johan Chua get the last laugh. Now one more match to go, and they could be crowned World Cup of Pool champions for the first time in a decade.
Well, you can see exactly what it means to these two players from the Philippines. Fair play to Austria, got it back, Hill. But the relief for Cowboys was quite palpable, wasn't it, there?
Yeah, I was watching front row there. The atmosphere, the tension in that match was simply amazing. What a first semi-final. And Johan Chua, that man there to the left on your screens, what a performance that was. He played unbelievable. He would just seem to be faced with all the big shots in the match throughout. There's a little kiss on the cheek. And then straight
well earned little kiss on the cheek there.
And then straight after that, it was like, what are you doing? Why did you leave it there on the 6 ball? But, you know, it was just pure tension, pure pressure. What a match. What a first semi-final that was.
I mean, at times they were playing, as Jeremy Jones called it in commentary, perfect pool. Some phenomenal shots.
Yeah, there's not a lot to pick out there, is it? It was just a high standard match. You know, fair play to Austria, they come back in the match. But the last 8 ball there for Chua to spin that in off 2 rails, he's a maniac, that kid. No one else in the whole of the pool would have played that. They'd have just rolled it in, but I think he knew Aranas was a little bit edgy, so he thought, I better get him close to it.
I suppose the big thing to take away from this is the Philippines have twice had a commanding lead. They had this yesterday against Chinese Taipei in the quarterfinals. Let them back in it, Hill. They've done the same here again today, so in a way sort of lucky that there's been mistakes in that final rack that have meant they can take the win when they've let their opponent come all the way back in.
Yeah, that's Nineball. That's what the beauty of this sport is. That's what it can do. That's why it's so exciting. That's why you're seeing the players under so much pressure at the end. Austria a little unlucky in the end, but they did have a chance on the combination. Wasn't easy.
Okay, let's hear from our first finalists actually I should say, at the 2023 World Cup of Pool. It is the Philippines. They're speaking to Jeremy.
Oh, what a performance, guys, under the pressure of the World Cup and the pressure of 2-time champions, the Austrian team. How'd you feel out there?
It feels so amazing, especially the last rack, you know, we let it out. Oh no, I don't know. Why has to be always like this?
Don't do that again.
You know, but first of all, I want to say sorry to my partner, to all my mess.
No.
Well, you had an incredible partner, and this is how we want it, James. And what big shots you made, Johan. You decided to just be aggressive?
Yeah, that's the way I play, you know. We're really different, but, you know, I let him do his shot, and he let me do my shot. So it's very nice.
Yeah, well, it seems like you can't sit still. You got a little time to the final, get a little rest and relaxation. Anything else?
Maybe when we get home, I'm gonna marry this guy.
Well, there you go.
Rest and pray.
Well, there you go. Congrats and good luck later.
So our first finalists are confirmed as the Philippines. 9-8 victory in the end over Austria. Don't let the lack of seeding for the Philippines fool you. They have played phenomenally throughout this competition and will now compete for the final, for the World Cup of Pool, and for $60,000. That is the first prize on offer here in Lugo today. So, Philippines are through. Germany against China will face off next in our second semi-final for the right to compete in the final.
Hello, Nineball pool fans, and welcome back to Lugo, Spain. What an epic match we just lived here with the first semi-final of the World Cup of Pool. But now we are ready for the second one. One spot left in the final this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome into the arena Wang Kan and Wu Chia-chin, the little genius for Team China. And let's hear it for the opponents, ready to ride, the killer, Joshua Villa and Moritz Neuhansen for Team Germany!
Let's test your knowledge and see what you've learned so far. What color are the unicorns? Pink! Where are they dancing? Rainbow! Please use one word to describe the texture of their magical fur. Smile! Yeah!
The one thing that has been missing from this World Cup of Pool was a pink fluffy unicorn, but now Team Germany have delivered that for us with those walk-ons. Right, we're going to let the teams warm up on the table ahead of this second semi-final. Don't go anywhere as the World Cup of Pool will continue in just a couple of moments' time. Welcome back to lovely Lugo, which has been our home here in Spain for the past couple of weeks, really. The Spanish Open straight into the World Cup of Pool. And now we are just 2 matches away from crowning a champion of this World Cup. We know the Philippines will be competing in the final later on this evening. Now it's time to find out who will be joining them. It's China versus Germany. And in commentary, it's Carl Boyes and Michael McMullen.
Yeah, thanks, Hannah. So, eventually, it's Asia 1, Europe 0 so far on semi-final day. Will that trend be maintained, setting up a straight shootout tonight to decide the first ever 4-time World Cup winners? Or can Germany go through to give themselves a chance of equalling the current record of 3? Carl, what are your thoughts on the chances of these two sides?
Well, I think it's probably slight favourite on paper, just Team Germany. Just seem to have been a bit more solid. Wang Can has played himself into this tournament, looked a little edgy early on, but he carried Wu yesterday. But Wu Chao-ching, the man on the right, he is simply a phenomenon. What a player.
Yeah, and if Wang can pick up where he left off yesterday, having, as you say, found his game as the week has gone on, and Wu Chao-ching is back to his normal self, which we didn't see yesterday, and China could be a formidable force today. But the Germans have had wonderful spirit. They live 15 minutes away from each other. They're great pals, these two. Joshua Filler and first-timer Moritz Neuhausen. That unicorn there actually could be the World Cup equivalent of that fluffy tiger that you brought to the Moscone in Coventry a few years ago. That became like the 6th man for the European team that week. I thought it might get MVP at one stage.
Yeah, the young Germans just having a bit of fun and games. Obviously not taking it too serious. I think you're right though. I think if Wu Chao-ching shows up in this match, I think this could be a very close one. But what a first semi-final, Michael, we have there.
Yeah, so similar to the way the Philippines got through yesterday. It's really, we're saying it for the 2nd day in a row. I think we've just seen one of the best matches in World Cup history. That song, by the way, is called Pink Fluffy Unicorns Dancing on Rainbows. It's by a Canadian called Andrew Huang. It's had over 70 million views online.
Thank you, players.
And Josh and Moritz heard it in a car on the way to a league match in Germany and said, if we ever play together in the World Cup, that's our walk-on song. And here they are in the semi-finals.
China wins the leg. The first rack, China to break.
China's first semi-final in the World Cup for 5 years.
Seemed to lack a little bit of power, the break there. One ball will go into the top left corner. And the fact that Wu did struggle a little bit yesterday, this is the type of shot, if you get down and knock it in, this will make you feel really good for the rest of this match. It's funny how you can play great one day, terrible the next. Okay, good opener.
And a nice early settler as well. 6 times before China have made this semi-final stage. And that doesn't include the performance of their B team back in 2018, who also made the semis. 3 times they've been in the final, and every time they've got to the final, they've ended up winning it. Wu Chao-ching, 34 years of age now. Youngest ever world champion when he was only 16. Having only taken up the game 6 years before that.
That
That's a bit worrying because I think he was trying to hold the cue ball for the purple 5 in the bottom left. Because if you look where the cue ball's finished, it's in no man's land for the 5 ball. Filler and Wu have got history. They met in the final of the US Open, the inaugural US Open when Matchroom Sport took over. Filler got the job done.
Yeah, extraordinary finish to that in Las Vegas. Wu was charging back and then brushed the ball. And he was getting down on the shot. Filler did the business from there. Leapt around the arena in Las Vegas on that Friday afternoon. That US Open win, completing a great double for Filler. He had won the World Championship just a few months before that. From what I can tell, the two of them haven't been doing much solo practice. Every time I see them, they're playing alternate shots, so they've had plenty of time to build up a good flow, and it's shown in their performances. And working well for them here again. Bad miss on the 4. Gave Germany this chance, which they have gratefully accepted. Germany lead the semi-final 1-0. So China have lost the opening rack, but let's hear what they had to say before the match.
其实我们这一次的双打赛是沿路走过来，其实并不是说每一场球都打得非常理想，所以尽可能去调试自己的一些心态层面上的问题，也希望说接下来的比赛一场一场也可以。
就打完以后就是尽量就是还是要就是多磨合，然后多练习的。
其实我们两个基本上，因为毕竟双打比赛还是更多的是在于默契跟互相的包容吧。因为毕竟双打的赛事难免都会有失误，那其实就是互相的勉励跟鼓励跟包容。那不管是谁犯的错，那大家一起去共同的去承担这个，不管是比赛的输与赢的一些成果。
Germany delighted to still be here. They were 7-3 down yesterday against Poland. Played really well after that, winning 6 in a row. And they lead 1-0. We had a fairly full house for the first semi-final, and as is usually the case here, a lot of that crowd have gone off, have a bit of a lunch, get some fresh air. I'm sure they'll filter back in as the contest goes on. Great atmosphere towards the end of that first match, Carl.
Yeah, the scoreline always helps. Everyone always loves a close, tight match, don't they? Could really see it with the Filipinos, though. It's always very difficult, unless you've been in that situation, when you've been frozen out of a match.
Push out call.
A few racks that have been put together where you've just been sat in the chair.
China, your choice.
There's the push. China will get the option to play the shot or give it back to the Germans.
Wang Can is the younger of the Chinese pair at 29 years of age.
Germany, please play again.
So what's the thinking there, Carl?
Well, the thinking is they just don't like the shot, Michael. It's as simple as that. They've had a chat between them.
Ja, ich muss ein bisschen ancutten. Wir nehmen Extension, oder?
Ja, du kannst ja immer noch in die 5 einfach laufen lassen, ne?
Ja.
Ja, okay. Ja, Extension.
Extension, cool.
Auf geht's.
Now the Germans have had a chat. They've made up their mind on the shot they're going to play. I don't think he'll play the bank shot.
So, dass sie halt kurz kommen.
Dass du auch die 5 berühren kannst.
Ja.
Hauptsache die 2 läuft wieder bis zur langen Wand runter.
Also, he could send the 2 ball around the table, but it's not really going to go in a decent direction, so I don't really know at the minute. Maybe he banks it over to the left. No, he has played that shot, and he's played it well.
Can we please mark Germany's extension? Thank you.
That was always the issue. I think that's what China was thinking. They didn't really know where the 2 ball was going. Couldn't really get it back up to the top rail. But it's another good shot from the young German, Moritz.
Well, whatever happens now, it's been a wonderful week for him. Not just in terms of what he might achieve here with Germany in the World Cup, but the invaluable experience of being out there for their 4th match now. Centre stage in a one-table scenario. And that to the obvious talent and determination and dedication, and the future looks very bright for the 19-year-old.
Frozen ball.
When a ball is frozen, so the 2 ball was frozen, that means the 2 ball would have to hit another cushion after contact, or the cue ball. So after hitting the 2, the cue ball hit the rail, so it's fine. Don't believe he played that shot. I think it was a safety. And it's another big shot for Wu to play here. Another one where if you knock them in, they make you feel good. If you miss it, you start to think, not cueing too clever here. Did well on the beep as well there.
Yeah, that's more encouraging. He was clearly the better performer of the Chinese pair earlier on in the tournament, but it was roles reversed yesterday. Wu Chao-ching has been a winner before in the World Cup with Lu Hai-tao in Shanghai 5 years ago. The other 2 Chinese World Cup successes achieved by Li Heiwen and Fu Jianbo. They won it in 2010 together, having already been the champions 2007. At China's first attempt, they'd missed the inaugural staging the year before. Fair to say that all came up nice. Still a little bit of work to do here in getting to the 9.
But it's Wu again, isn't it? Just not quite with it. And it's not a case of missing the ball. It's his shot selection there. Didn't need to get right down for the 9. Just leave Wang Can a shot. He's been playing good enough. Just make sure you pot the 7.
You consider all his experience. He looks really uncomfortable so far. Maybe feeling he's got a point to prove after a very disappointing performance from him in the win against Japan last night.
He may have fluked this. It's tracking. It is tracking, but he hasn't. Wasn't an easy shot he was faced with. I don't blame him for going it. He's feeling good out there, the young German. Nice guy as well, Moritz.
Seen it so often over the last few days. There seems to be at least one really eventful rack early on in every match. This falls into that category. China have won it. And it's 1-1 in the semi-final of the World Cup. That's how it all fits into the draw. Deja vu for the Philippines, holding off a late fight back to get through in a hill-hill finish for the second day in a row. They've ended Austria's hopes of equaling the record of 3 World Cup wins for this year anyway. Germany, I told you about, coming from 7-3 down to beat Poland yesterday. And China against Japan was full of errors, but China finished the stronger and won 9-5, and that's why they're here in the semis. Could, of course, have an all-unseeded final, but I don't think anyone will be greatly surprised by that. Philippines and China not seeded, basically, because their players haven't been involved on the world stage enough over the last year or two to get the ranking points. They were both among the most fancied sides coming here.
Okay.
So China probably a bit relieved to win that second rack after the way it played out.
Tied, 1 rack each.
Wu gets us underway in the third.
He's broke good since he's been here, Wu. He's gone down the Eklund catchy SVB route. Full power. And what that means is exactly what's happened in this rack. He has got more chance of fluking another ball other than the one ball in the side. Just because he's getting the balls moving more. This is a chance. Got to try and navigate the cue ball.
Extension.
Extension, cool.
That US Open you were referring to when Wu got to the final back in 2019, Carl, he actually played Wang Can in the quarterfinals of that. Wu won 11-0 and Wang did not pot a single ball in the whole match.
Well, I'm glad they've made it up since then. Oh, this is a nice shot. This is a very nice shot. He's really grown into this tournament for me, Wang Can. Understandable to be a little bit edgy. They've been off the scene for a while. Do you know when the last tournament they played was, Michael?
Spanish Open last week. No, I know what you mean, sorry. Well, I mean, you go back to the World Cup of 2019, in terms of matchroom events, I can't think how they would have played in anything since then because the Chinese players disappeared off the scene for obvious reasons. There was no World Cup in 20 and then they missed it in the last couple of years.
Yeah, it'll be some achievement if China can go on and lift this title. The fact that Dang has won the Spanish Open, that would be some way to announce yourself back on the Nineball world stage.
That was a full week ago and Dang Junhui is still here. I know he was sitting in the audience earlier. Yeah, I think he's still there. Yeah, I'm sure he's enjoying his week here in Lugo. Such a nice place to come. Beautiful city. Weather's been lovely as well. $30,000 spending money. A few mistakes early on. This has been much smoother up until now.
That's always the danger when you come back across the potting line. You could have played that with a bit of left. Slowly, just leave Wu along the thinner pot into the pocket he's aiming for now. These can be missed, these.
Even as early as rack 3, that felt like a big moment. A test for Wu. He's come through that one, and China lead for the first time in the semi-final at 2 racks to 1. When you're coming in off the back of a not great performance the night before, and you've had a few dodgy moments already in the current match, the last thing you want is to find yourself with a 9 like this to take the lead for the first time. The flip side of it is that if you make it, you start to restore some of the confidence that may have ebbed away. And that's exactly what Wu Cha-Ching has done there. So China in front now in this semi-final, 2-1. But early stages, first to 9 will play Philippines in the final this evening.
When you're ready, thank you.
Not in any hurry to get on with it.
Thank you, rack 4.
So the glove is on.
Leading 2 racks to 1.
And here comes the break.
Foul stroke.
Even though the cue ball's gone in, Wang Kang was staring at that cluster of balls. He was praying balls would be tied up.
Stop the clock.
Because what that means is it's not an easy finish. It's a 2-ball over the pocket, it is. I'm wondering if they're going to try and go into the cluster straight away. There's value. That's what Phil has spotted. It just feels like if he goes into these balls, he should leave himself a shot. It's not always guaranteed.
Yeah, when ball in hand gives you the opportunity to create that angle. Well, why not play it then? The chance might not come up in the same way again.
Ich würde den hier rausholen.
Okay.
As we've said, Filler and his partner are trying to equal the all-time record of 3 World Cup wins for a country. But he has a personal record on the line as well that he can claim a share of. There's 6 players who have been on the winning team in the World Cup on 2 occasions. He can become the 7th.
Yes, sure.
The bump on the 8 may have made things a little awkward. It obviously pots in the top right corner.
Extension?
Extension called.
That's where he's going. So he's playing this with top off the right rail and back over towards the 6. Such a good potter though, Filler, isn't he? That's got to be one of his strengths. The big shots, them big pots. He knocks them in time and time again. I think one of the only weaknesses he's got, Michael, which I did witness at the Spanish Open when he lost a hill thrower to Emil Gangflot, is I think when he second guesses himself, I think if he could just play on autopilot all the time, I'm not saying he'd be unbelievable because he is unbelievable, but just when he starts to second guess himself.
Yeah, I was sitting out by the table for that match, and you're absolutely right. And the thing about it was, that was the round before the shot clock came in, and I think had the shot clock been there, it would have helped him towards the end of that match.
Into the rack.
So we're level again at 2 each. Now, let's hear from these 2 German pals.
We've enjoyed the World Cup of Pool very much so far. We had a lot of fun. We were sure we could go this far, but it's always, never secure. And yeah, it's just, we're happy to be in the semi-finals.
I'm feeling pretty confident with my partner. I mean, we showed so much heart. I mean, especially in the last match, we've been 7-3 down and still fought back 6 racks in a row. I think if you can do this to a tough team, you can win the whole thing actually. But it's gonna be, I mean, we're gonna start from 0 in the semis. But if we play well, I'm pretty confident that we can get the trophy.
Yeah, for sure. You just have to stay calm. You have to stay positive. And when we were sat down in the chairs, we were always like, you gotta believe. We kept believing, and I think that's why we won.
I mean, it would be special to me as well to win it for the second time, but we still have 2 big matches before that, and we just fight till the end.
Overall, they played very well, pulled away from 4-all,
Thank
win
you, rack
3 in a
five.
row and see off Canada in the
Germany
last
to break.
16.
Scores are tied.
And they
2
hadn't
racks
really
each.
done much wrong to be 7-3 down yesterday against Poland. The pool they played after that was one of the best spells we've seen all week. It's 2-all here.
Just knew he had the red 3 in the 9-ball there. That's why he played the kick.
Wu Chao-ching, of course, can also become only the 7th player to have won multiple World Cups.
This is a big ball because it's near the rail. Makes it a bigger target.
Entweder versuchst du in die 9 oder du rollst den ran und spielst die 3 lang. Die geht da rein und da rein.
Soll ich die rollen? Ich finde eigentlich Weiße auf 9 nicht schlecht.
Ist halt Risiko. Wenn du einfach rollen lässt, spiele ich die 3 lang oder kann gutes Safe hinter die 9 spielen. Extension.
Extension cool.
Aber entscheid du.
That was the danger. I always think on that type of shot, is it a bad shot? Because it's difficult to get on the 3-ball the way he was attempting. And Josh is playing a little jump shot here, just to pop over the 9, so the cue ball will have to land on the ball, I think. Yeah, got to land this on top of the ball. Oh, that would have been funny, wouldn't it, if that had gone in?
I think any time anyone had ever done that afterwards, if he had managed to pull it off, we would have said he's done a filler. I'm surprised we haven't seen Wu Chao-ching achieve a bit more in the game, considering how young he was when he became world champion.
I'm not, and there's a reason why.
Going to share it with the group?
I think it's just the fact that the global game of 9-ball has been in a mess for years. There's not been enough tournaments to compete in where everybody's there. By the way, that still kind of is there right now. We've not actually seen all the world-class top players show up for the same event yet. Obviously, the world's opening back up. Can you imagine that, Michael, when it could be the Asian Open, where we've got the top Filipinos, the top Chinese players. I mean, there's some scary pool players out there.
Yeah, the entries are now full, I believe, for that event, and can't wait to see the entry list to see just how strong it is. And let's be fair, it's not like he's done nothing in the intervening 18 years. Far from it. He's won this. He's been to a US Open final. He's won the China Open a couple of times. The All Japan Championship, which is a tournament that gets a strong field.
Yeah, so actually his win ratio or going deep in tournaments ratio is actually very high.
But just in terms that there's not been another world title, there's not been a US Open win. Just when you do it so young, you expect a lot more will have followed by this stage.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know where you're going with it. I think if he continues to show up at these events, the individual events, of course he's still in this, he can win another one of these. He got deep in the Spanish Open. Only lost Hill in that match as well to Yanni Uski.
Yeah, having won 10-9 from 9-3 down against James Aranis in the previous round. And with that, China hit the front again at 3-2. Three-time winners, as we've been saying, China. There you can see the most recent one was in 2018. They've only played in it once since then, because with the whole COVID scenario, they missed 21 and 22. Austria have had so much success in recent times. In between those two wins, they contested that final with China in 2018. They won't be in the final again, despite a great effort earlier today. And there we've just highlighted Germany. That was the win for Joshua Filler and Christoph Reintjes in Milton Keynes a couple of years ago. It was Filler and Torsten Homan defending the title last year, but they didn't get past the second round, beaten by the Netherlands. There won't be a new name on the Roll of Honour this year. The four most successful nations in the history of the World Cup lined up in the semi-finals.
Leading 3 racks to 2.
Austria now gone, 3 remain. China lead 3-2.
Well, the 9-ball's moving. Oh, we could have a quick rack here, Michael. Just got to decide whether he sends it into the 9 or sends it into the rail first. Either or. Well, it's not quite over the pocket. I feel you've got to go into the rail first, actually. From the other camera angle, it looked like it was close to the pocket. Well, I mean, it is close to the pocket. That's what he's just signalled there. I think sending the 2 into the rail first would be a wise move.
It wasn't guaranteed, but exquisitely done. And for the first time in the match, we have more than a rack in the difference. China lead Germany 4-2. Only took China 2 shots to win the 6th rack. The 9-ball was left over the pocket. Combination was made.
Rack 7.
And so they're now 2
China to
clear.
break, leading 4 racks to 2.
Faced with another tester here. This is the thing with 9-ball pool.
防守好防都可以，因为打进有可能你出那个离我的3号也不好90号，但是防守不好防，防守我很撞2次撞，没事想一下，时间可以交延时，刚刚这个脚这个推进，它这个角度我看有推进，没办法。
Yeah, we're just saying this is the thing with 9-ball pool. He's forced into going for the pot here. There's no value in trying to look for a safety shot. He knows if he pots the ball,
Extension called.
He would leave a shot on the red 3. I think maybe if you don't go for the pot, it's just because you're not quite got any belief. Don't fancy the pot. But surely he's got to shoot this ball.
Well, the outcome of the shot didn't suggest any great belief or confidence. So I think you were right on the money there, Carl. And you look at that, if they'd managed to make that 2. Okay, still would have been a bit of work to do on the 3, but would have been a great chance to really build a substantial lead here. As it is now, Germany can get back to 1 behind.
Key shot here is do not land low on the pink 4 to the middle pocket. Yeah, now he's got the nice angle. Cue ball's naturally coming down towards the 5. Got to watch for the scratch as well. Oh, he's played that nice. It's a lot more awkward than it looked, that one.
Neuhausen, now based in Bonn in Germany, been there for about 7 years now. And even, although he's still a teenager, he's already up to number 31 in the world. Seems to be just steadily improving with each passing year at the moment.
Yep.
You can see that steady improvement reflected in Neuhausen's performances. Got to the last 64 of the World Championship a couple of years ago when he was only 17, and then last year a couple of last 32s in big matchroom events, the World and the European Open, and recently got to the last 16 of the UK. So you can just see the steady improvement there. And another step forward this week. And it's he who delivers the 9-ball, which closes it to 4-3. Well, when we go to Germany in a few weeks' time, will we be going to the country of the World Cup holders? Very possibly. One thing we will definitely be seeing there is the Fillers Junior Open. This is something Matchroom are doing over the last year or so. And some of these big open events, running a junior event alongside it and naming it after one of the biggest names in the game. In this case, it's named after 2 players, Joshua Filler and his wife Pia, very accomplished player herself, who faced Josh when they were in Fulda last year in that European Open. So the Fillers Junior Open, mid-August, another opportunity for the finest young talent around the globe, and particularly around the continent of Europe, to come together and gain experience playing alongside their heroes. And people steadily filtering back in with a full house, near enough, for the first semi-final, and a lot of them have gone out for a bit of a lunch break, but starting to build again. And we could be building towards another close finish, because there's now only one in it again.
Well, he can put the ball down the long rail. He'll have a go at this one.
Was willst du, was ich mache? Ja, ich meine, das Problem ist, wenn du lang spielst, wir haben ja eh Zeit. Wenn du lang spielst, dann musst du halt soft spielen. Hart ist halt das Problem. Kann ja alles passieren. Ja, was machen wir mit der 6? Ja, du kannst 5-9 spielen. Ja. Liegt halt sehr gut. Ne? Ja. Wenn wir den jetzt verdudeln, wird er auf jeden Fall machbar gut liegen bleiben. Fühlst du dich auf dem Safe gut? Weil du musst ja eigentlich im Prinzip nur die 2 nach hier und die 2 hier. Ja.
Well, I feel like you should have a go at it, but this was like the previous rack where China was having conversation for ages and then Wu missed. He's playing safe here. It's gone wrong. Didn't like it. I think he wanted to shoot the ball. I think Wu wanted to shoot the previous ball, but I think Wang can come over. They had a big discussion. Wu ended up missing the ball. I think if you'd have just left him to it, he probably would have made it. And I think the same's happened there.
And then you end up not fancying it yourself because there's more pressure on you, because you know if you do go for it against your opponent's advice and miss it, you're going to feel bad about it.
Yeah, these players play all year, individual events. I think if the instinct shot is to attack, stay in chair, don't say a word.
I know Jeremy's been talking about that during the week, that he feels some of the teams have over-communicated and end up talking themselves out of things.
Extension call.
Oh, how did he hit this ball, by the way? How did he hit this one? Yeah, the rack's still not over because of the green 6. All depends on where. There's a possible 5-9 combo on. That's what they're just discussing now. And that's what he's played for. He's done well getting there, by the way, and all. Talk about leaving your partner in the best position. That's what Wu is faced with. Ooh. That was one of the easier combos you will be faced with. Bit of distance between the 5 and the 9, but didn't see that coming.
Hey, you look at it there again. You could say they weren't even that close. Could have turned out worse, though.
Extension called.
Yes. Come on. That's what I like to see. Bit of passion, bit of emotion. Give it to your opponents.
Particularly when he was younger, Filler used to be criticised for that sort of thing, but I think it's fantastic.
I agree. Still cheering in the chair now.
Foul stroke.
Yeah, you're right, Michael. Back in the day, well, I say back in the day, still young now, but Filler, he used to get under players' skins, he really did.
Start the clock.
Yeah, but if you're getting under the skin of other players, all the more reason to do it. So long as it's within accepted norms. Reasonable norms at least.
Yeah, he's got the confidence, the arrogance to not crumble on the big stage as well. We could talk about the living legend Earl the Pearl Strickland. He was one of the very few who could, well, he could be angry at a kid in the crowd and still play great. Some players can't do that, you know, it would affect their game, not Phil.
Well, he seems to love the pressure. Never mind not being thrown by it. He seems to embrace it and enjoy it. That needed a decent shot. Filler has produced it. And so, having been 2 behind, Germany are back level again. Rich Neuhausen delivers the winning 9, and he'll be breaking in the next rack at 4-all. What a wonderful fortnight it's been in Lugo. 4 great events. Last week we had the Spanish Open and the FSR Junior Open. This week it's the World Cup of Pool. And going across, underway, just across the hall, is the Galician Team Pool Championship. Further evidence of just how popular Q sports are in this area. Look at that, there's about 40 tables in there. It's been going on for the last couple of days, and a lot of the people playing in it have come in to watch the action in the World Cup.
No table lights though, Michael.
Don't think they need them in there, it's so bright. You can go in and illuminate the place with your smile, Carl.
Germany to break. Scores a tie, 4 racks.
I think it's fair to say we'll be back in the Galicia region. It's been such a success here. Still, so much pool to come today. 4-all in the semi-final.
Got a look at the 2-ball here. This is right up Filler's avenue, this shot. Phil has the great ability as well. If he misses a ball he feels like he should pot, he can forget about it. That's a skill as well. But he's missed it. So he's going to have to forget about it. He'll appreciate it was a little bit difficult. That's good to see though, Michael, where they both go back to the chair and it's not a problem. Bump the fists, we carry on.
Yeah, it was a bit different with the British team last night. I remember Elliot Sanderson coming back to his chair at one stage and Jason Shull just shaking his head over and over and over again.
Yeah, I think there were times in that match where Elliot was scared to go and sit down. Thought we were going to go and sit with the opposition team for a moment.
Tobias.
Wayne Can has got some good World Cup experience himself. He was in the quarterfinals as long ago as 2014 with Dang Jinhu, who won the Spanish Open here this day last week. They were eventually beaten by Austria in the last 8. He was doing well at a young age. Quarterfinals of the China Open and a good showing at the US Open all the way back in 2012. So he's been around a while. Been to the last 16 of the World Championship as well. It was Wu Chao-ching who knocked him out that year, in fact.
Extension call.
Germany had come from two behind to level, but China are back into the lead now. It's 5-4 in the semi-final of the World Cup. Wasn't the easiest of shots, but Joshua Filler tends to make a very high percentage of those. He missed the blue two this time, however. And that opened the door for China to regain the lead, which they've now done. Wang Can almost willing that 9-ball into the pocket, all smiles and fist bumps.
Thank you.
So China 4 racks away from a World Cup final against the Philippines. But it's still anyone's really, only one in it.
Rack 10. China to break, leading 5 racks to 4.
Full speed on the break. That's why he makes more balls than anyone else on the break. Doesn't mean he's going to get any luckier on the break though, which I don't think he has. Awkward to play this shot as well because of the double kiss.
解球倒不你可以打个 push， 然后看他们解不解。打个 push 看他解不解。我就往这边推一点点那样。也可以啊。他如果愿意 push。
Push out call. Germany, your choice.
Ja gut, ich weiß, was sie vorhaben, aber das ist schwierig.
Vorbänder?
Ja.
Decision time.
Wollen die reinmachen?
Nein, die wollen von der kurzen Bande.
Ah.
Aber kann halt echt schlecht liegen bleiben für die.
Boah, den musst du perfekt treffen.
Ja, zum Abgeben?
Ja.
China, please play again.
Yeah, he's give that back because he can't play the one ball head on because the cue ball would bounce off that right rail and double hit the one. And I don't think the kick shot is guaranteed. I think he's got to play it with loads of right hand spin. If he gets it right, it could work good for China. This will be played with loads of spin. Yeah, you see the spin, needs to hit it full. Oh, he's done well there. Good shot. That's all he could do, hit it as good as that.
Ja. 20 Sekunden, hast genug Zeit.
Controlled the one ball lovely there. Not easy to keep it close to the top rail.
It was Singapore in the last 16 who gave China their closest run thing on the way to the semi-final. Went all the way to 7-6. They'd beaten Syria in the opening round and then 9-5. And a low quality but absorbing match against Japan last night.
Ja, hinter 2, oder? Ja.
诶，好像可以跳，还有延时吗？有，可以跳哦。你把它拿下去。
Extension call.
跳整颗，跳冠军的。跳冠军，我看，真是还是要跳。
Is he trying to jump over that gap? He is. It's very close to the two, so the fact that he's jumping over the edge of both balls is why he's playing this shot. Jump bank as well. No good. Chance for Germany to tie the match up.
Yeah, not just today, but throughout the tournament, really. The Germans have been pretty clinical from situations like this. Yeah, nicely placed for dropping on to the 7 after this. It's been such a good week for Neuhausen, and he's had to put a bit of a disappointment behind him. Got the single elimination in the Spanish Open here last week and would have gone in as favourite to beat Miguel Silva in the last 64 and have another deep run perhaps in a matchroom event, but lost 10-2. All feels like a distant memory now, though, because he could be a World Cup winner by tonight.
Extension called.
And once again, it falls to the teenager to deliver the final blow in a rack. And once again, they're level. Germany win rack 10. It's 5-all. Good luck trying to pick a winner now. So we told you about the Fillers Junior Open. That will be going on in Fulda next month. The main event, of course, is the European Open. Alban Ocean won it last year on his 32nd birthday, beating Shane Van Boney, who had beaten him in the World Final in Milton Keynes just a few months previously. August 8th, it all starts. Field of 256, as has become standard for these Matchroom Open events. The second staging of the European Open in the lovely town of Fulda.
Rack 11. Germany to break. Scores are tied for 5 racks each.
Where's the 2-ball going to end up? Top rail in the middle. That's where.
Made a ball off every break, but looking over the match, they haven't enjoyed a huge amount of fortune with how they've fallen.
I think this is what makes the matches more dramatic. More pressure.
Überpushen. Ja, lass mal kurz überlegen, was wir machen. Wir können die 3 kaputt legen.
The break is less predictable nowadays.
Die 3-7 und die Weiß halt einfach an die kurze Bande. Oder beziehungsweise ein bisschen raus. Oder
Push out call.
You see it, don't you? The cue ball flies off the side rail back into the pack. You never know where it's going to end up. Tying the 3-ball up.
China, your choice.
That's the thing all pros look for when they're playing the push. If they can tie another ball up like they have done.
Germany, please play again.
This is probably the reason why China are not interested in this shot.
Extension call.
要拉看看，3号至少现在才好，打，没事。
How about this shot from Wu? Complete miss hit, didn't control the 2-ball. Even Wang Kan's having a giggle at that one. I think Wang's thinking, where's my partner gone? The guy who played the first 2 matches.
Extension called.
Germany have played in every World Cup, all 15 of them. 6th time they've been to the semi-finals, looking to get to their 4th final, and ultimately they hope a record equaling 3rd title.
2 hier drauf, die weiße hier hinter und die 2 läuft dann so. Aber nur wenn du dich gut drauf fühlst. Ja, das ist eigentlich gut. 20 Sekunden.
That's interesting because now he's opened the 3-ball up. The 3-ball pots down the rail now. Let's not forget, they put the 3-ball there on the push out. Now they've just opened it back up. China must hit this 2-ball. And they know it. 2-rail kick. Oh, he's done well here, by the way. Oh, no. I say he's done well because he hit the right side of the ball, the side of the ball he was aiming for. Look at the flick off the 7 here. A little bit more pace, I think the cue ball would have fell.
Maybe on the older pockets.
Opportunity here now. It's about time for Wu to step up for me. See, he's not quite cueing his usual self. He does a lot of this on the shot and all. He's kind of up and down. It's better. Needs the cue ball to keep going though. This is not over yet.
剩下一点点顺赛啊，我用力往下推了，我不管了，这球。哦。
I wonder if he spins it in, it glance off the 7 and keep rolling. That's a good shot. Using the edge of the ball to gain position.
He was practically walking around while the cue ball was still moving, desperately looking to see if he got the position.
This cue ball needs to relax a little. I mean, really getting your partner good on the ball, it's a little bit too good. Got to get him good on this brown 7 though. That would be very tight in the side pocket, so he's got to be playing it up the rail to the top right corner. That was the pace. The pace is wonderful. Couldn't put that better with your hand. Doesn't need to get silly here. Just roll the ball in, come off the 1 rail. Just leave your partner a shot on the 8.
He said it was up to Wu to step up. He delivered what's so far looking like the key shot of this rack. Needs to deliver here again though. So Germany have got the Chinese duo in a spot of bother here. A couple of shots later, the roles were reversed. China got their opportunity, and now they've got the lead once again. It's 6-5. Well, it's different to earlier, Carl. We saw one side race away, the other reel them in. Bottom line is, it went the distance, and this one has got all the hallmarks of doing the same.
We've seen some wonderful matches at this year's World Cup of Pool. We've seen comebacks, we've seen matches like this going neck and neck, we've seen heartache, we've seen joy. And it has really delivered, and it's not over yet.
It's all part of China's return to the international pool scene. Wang Kan was also involved in the Spanish Open last week. And along the way, he beat Mohamed Soufi, who got to the World Championship final this year. Didn't make it through to single elimination, though. He was beaten by João Grillo of Portugal in losers qualification.
You cannot inspect the rack. Okay.
Okay, so China looking for 3 more. Wang Kan to break.
Didn't pot the 1. He's close to the 1, but I don't think he's left a hanger, an easy shot. Does pot up into the top right corner past the pink ball. But boy, has he got to get this cue ball spinning quick. It's quite easy to decelerate, and then the cue ball may go in the left side pocket. Oh, nicely done there. That's more like it from Wu.
Yeah, he still looks like someone who's battling with himself a bit internally. But he's starting to deliver a few good moments like that, all part of the process of getting back to his usual self.
He'd like this cue ball to bounce off the rail and land straight on the green 6. That would be ideal. Doesn't want to overdo it like he has, because he may still be able to come past the 8. I think he's going to glance it though. You don't want to be going forward and leaving the 8 down the long rail. He's getting down pretty quick, so he's happy. Well, there is a bit of an angle there, okay. Oh, nice. That was awkward for Wang Kan. Boy, did he deliver. Look at this one.
It's turning into a very pleasing rack, this, for China. The only time in the whole match there's been more than 1 in it was after they made the 2-9 combination to lead 4-2. Had a chance to be 2 clear again a couple of racks later, but this time missed the combination, the 5-9. But now it looks as though that 2-rack advantage is going to be restored. And they only need 2 more for a place in the World Cup final. Coming to the end of our 2 weeks here in Lugo. It's been such a success and such a joy to be part of. And it's far from over yet. We've got the World Cup final tonight. And the end of the second semi-final before that. Looking good for China at the moment. Germany now have to win 4 of the 5 remaining racks.
Oh, we'll definitely be going at the bank here. I'm certain of it. Well, I say that. Second glance as he's come round. It is a big 8 ball to play the hook. How's the 8 ball? It's good. It's very good.
Ich kann nur für den Haupt gehen. Ich kann nur versuchen, halt, das ist was
15
Gutes.
Sekunden.
Ist was Gutes passiert für uns.
Soll ich Extension nehmen?
Ne, oder? Ja, nimm mal Extension.
Extension?
Extension cool.
Ja, ich versuche die kurze Bande halt.
Ja, mach einfach die 6 oder so rein.
That's all he could do, hit it. Just hope it's your day. I hope you leave something difficult, which they have.
It was their day yesterday when they were even further behind against Poland, 7-3 in that one, but they didn't lose another rack after that. Been good at closing out matches this week, whatever the situation.
Yeah, he hit that ball good. Hit it exactly where he wanted. Knew the 6, the 7 was there. Just get distance. Neuhausen's looked like he's been out there for years. This is his first time at a World Cup.
Yeah, Feller was partnered by a World Cup newcomer in Christoph Reinches when they went all the way to the title 2 years ago. Roles reversed this time though. Reinches a good bit older than him. Now Filler's the senior man. They've got to come from behind.
2-rail kick and stick. Needs these balls to stop quickly. Okay, both teams with a little bit of luck at the required time. Yeah, this ball does cut. It's super thin, by the way. Yeah, good shot, Josh. Needs another good one here. It's fairly straight. If he draws back for the pink 4 into the top left pocket, speed is key. That's good enough.
Feller looking for his second matchroom final in a few weeks. Runner-up in defence of his UK Open title to Eklund Kachi. Kachi just played so well in that final. Feller had been brilliant in the semi against Ko Pin Yi.
Got to find a little window here. Can only draw back. Cue ball in between the 9 and the brown 7 position. He's done everything nice, hasn't he? I know I keep saying it, but he really has. Suppose it helps when you've got this man as your partner.
we felt that really it was largely down to Filler when they won in Milton Keynes a couple of years ago. I don't think we'll be saying those things this time if they were to win it again. It's been much more a partnership of equals. We've had a few World Cup classics this week. We had another one earlier today. Maybe this will end up being added to the catalogue. Lovely cut on the 2 from Filler. From there, the Germans showing great efficiency to get back to 7-6. All this and so many more tournaments still to come. European, US and Asian Opens, and it all leads towards the Mosconi Cup. Starts December 6th at Alexandra Palace. Joshua Filler, you would expect, will be part of the European team once again. He's already got such a history and so much success in that tournament. Who's to say Moritz Neuhausen won't be there with him if he keeps playing over the next few months like he has this week. USA will be so desperate to win it for the first time since they completed their back-to-back in 2019. Europe regained the trophy in the COVID Mosconi in Coventry just before Christmas 2020. And they have held on to it ever since.
Rack 40.
But will we have a European team in the final?
Break.
Austria couldn't quite get the job done earlier today, despite their wonderful fight back. Germany are still in with a shout. 7-6 down, Neuhausen to break.
Oh, this will end up working out lovely.
Probably the first time we've been able to say that off one of their breaks in the whole match. Certainly to this extent.
Ja, hier überall ist fast gut.
Gut gemacht, Chef.
Yeah, that would be the smart play. Playing across the 3 ball. Needs just to keep going. Oh, it's landed a little funny, this. He wanted it further over to the left so then he could pop the 3 and get the cue ball down the bottom left section of the table. He's going to have to come with a shot now.
Vorwärts ist schwer, oder? Extension.
Extension Code.
Soll ich den hinter der 5 herziehen?
Ich dachte, du kannst ihn so richtig Druckball-Effet über 2 Banden hier durchziehen. Das geht. Zieh einfach schön durch.
Einfach Feelings-Effet. Und
ja.
How's it kiss the 6? Look at the cue ball spinning on that here in a minute, folks. Still going.
Obviously, Filler's going to have a lot of influence over his younger partner, but doesn't feel he's talking down to him when they have those consultations and fills him with confidence.
This is going to land on top of the 5. This could have been a lot worse. Didn't have to land there. Oh, got a trick shot happening. Chasing the position though, aren't they, from the very opening shot.
No problem. I'll just see that one again, please.
Ah, so have the Chinese asked for a replay here? What do you think, Carl?
Looked okay to me.
Yeah.
It was a good hit. Good hit.
And Taylor Fuente.
Please start the clock.
Confirming that.
Yeah, there's no harm in looking. This is the beauty of this. We can just have a quick look at the replay. It's a big moment in the match. Just like this shot is a big moment in the match. Kicking. Did he get lucky? He didn't. This is a chance to get on the hill.
Nicely played. China have waited a long time to grace the World Cup stage again. Nobody got to do it in 2020. So many events cancelled that year. But even since the World Cup has returned the last couple of years, they've not been able to be part of it. Now that they are here, they want to wring every last drop out of it. If these two balls can be dispatched, they'll be one away from still being here for the very conclusion of it all.
Not ideal at all. Boy, this is thin. Even at times today, there have been shades of last night when he was struggling, but he's delivered a few big moments. Given the context, this would probably be the biggest of the lot. And it hasn't happened. Well, it's their own fault. The 7 to the 8 left it a little awkward. Didn't get on the 9. This match
Germany wins the rack.
is now 7-7.
So twice in this semi-final now, Germany have gone a couple of racks in arrears, both times. They've won the next two to draw level. And at no point of this match, really, Carl, even when it was 7-5, could you have looked at it and said, yeah, I'm confident that one team or the other is going to win. It's been such a hard one to call. There have been mistakes on both sides, great moments from both sides. Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, at this level, the players just don't give up, no matter what scoreline it is, because they know what Nineball 2 is all about. The Germans are loving life.
Talked a lot about team spirit this week, and some teams I think have clearly had it more than others, but for me nobody's had it more than the Germans. As I was saying, they live 15 minutes away from each other. They clearly have a wonderful rapport.
Rack 15.
And if they can win another couple of
Germany
racks, they'll be playing together tonight for their country in the World Cup final.
Nineball's close. Hasn't got the speed though.
Probably needed another 2.5 rolls maybe. Never looked like it had the legs.
Ja. Und dann versuchen den halt ziemlich dünn, dass sie über 2 Band runtergeht und die Weiße dann mit Topspin entweder die 8 machen oder hinter die 7.
Aber das heißt, ich spiele jetzt Push und lege die Weiße hier hin.
Ja.
Push.
Push out, cool.
Well, we've explained the push a lot of times, and we often mention
China,
you can pot the 9
your choice,
and it gets put on the spot. It doesn't happen often, but they wanted to get rid of the 9-ball away from the pocket. It was a little too close to the pocket for their liking, so they rolled it in. It goes on the spot. China have got the option.
Germany, please play again.
Oben links.
I think he's trying to bank this off 2 rails towards the bottom rail. Get the cue ball over to the right.
Ja, genau so. Genau so. Und nicht anders.
I would love to know what those words mean.
I'm guessing fantastic shot partner fantastic shot.
我看，哇，好薄啊！要很薄啊。
不会啊，这个球。
Extension.
Extension called.
啊？不会啊，这球。
It feels like the Germans have created that atmosphere of whatever's going on, whatever's happening. We've got each other's backs here.
Cue ball needs to travel. If the cue ball keeps going, there'll be work to do. Now, can he put this ball and cannon in to the green 6 to hold for position? Got to hit this full. Oh, he's done well. He's done more than well. It's perfect.
Rollen. Und hierhin.
Sometimes in cue sports, when the balls don't move very far, the less initiated aren't greatly impressed. But that wasn't easy to do.
Just a few moments ago, it looked like China was going to go 8-6 up. All the balls were sat in easy positions. They made a mess of the position to get onto the 8. Didn't get on the 9. Wu missed the 9. And now they're looking like going 8-7 down. Decision time. Does he play on the combo? Or does he try and get round the back of the 7 for the top left pocket? All depends on where the 8 ball is actually sat.
Extension called.
Ja, kann ich machen. Okay, hierhin. Sehr gut. Machst du. Good.
That's probably the worst shot he's played in this year's event. Didn't play for this pocket. It's understandable though. Phil knows how to win. He knows how to play the big shots in big matches.
Germany won the opening rack of this semi-final, but they haven't been ahead since. Until the moment they arrive at the hill. It's 3 in a row for Germany. They lead 8-7. Moritz Neuhausen will break. It's Germany 1 away from the final. They've been magnificent at this throughout the tournament, finishing off matches so strongly. Canada were making it so tough for them. So they came with a big finish to that one. And yesterday against Poland, 7-3 down. And really after that, the run of half a dozen racks in a row they put together was about as good a spell as we've seen from any team throughout this tournament. And it's all happening again. That unicorn could be centre stage once again this evening.
It's just so hard if you're China, you're sat in your chair, you know you should have been 8-6 up. It was an easy finish. One of the easiest I've ever seen. Okay, Neuhausen to break.
Germany to break. On the hill, leading 8 racks to 7.
They're on the hill.
Please turn phones off.
This youngster is having the time of his life out there.
The 9 ball's moving. Oh, look at this. Where's the 3 going to finish? I think this is okay. It's all about this opening shot.
Tischmitte? Also hier.
Ja, machst du schon.
It's just starting to feel like they've got the Midas touch in these last few racks. Almost everything they're attempting is coming off for them.
Extension cool.
In his 19 years, Moritz Neuhausen has probably never felt relief like that.
Michael, at the Spanish Open, that ball would not have fell. He's entitled to be a little edgy. He's played a phenomenal tournament so far. And they're about to get through to the final with these two balls.
They were 7-5 down. They looked for all the world like they were going 8-6 down. But for the second day in a row, Germany have truly saved the best for last. And with that run of 4 in a row, Germany have beaten China by 9 racks to 7. The dream of a record-equaling third triumph in this event is still very much alive. They'll be back here tonight to play the Philippines in the World Cup final.
So it's Joshua Filler this time who pots the winning 9-ball for Team Germany. They are through, and you can see exactly what that means to Joshua Filler. They are through and will contest the final of the World Cup of Pool against the Philippines here this evening. Jeremy Jones is alongside me. We just heard, I think that was Joshua Filler shouting for joy as he walks over to the interview area. We'll hear from them in just a moment, but Jeremy, once again, a huge comeback win for Germany. Those two kids are unflappable, and they'll forgive me calling them kids, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, they're kids, but they play darn well. But yeah, it's been behind all week. It's another incredible demonstration of poise and never giving in. It was pretty sweet to watch. Feel bad for China. They played a heck of a tournament, but they'll be back.
They certainly will be. Right, let's hear from the winners, shall we? I have a feeling they might have a special guest as they talk to Carl Boys.
Team Germany, you're through to the final. What a match. How are you both feeling?
Great. Obviously, it's just unbelievable. I mean, again, we've been down, trailing the whole match, and in the end, I think we just performed better in the end. And I mean, obviously, we just want to win, but if it's the same way in the final, we would take it.
Moritz, you look like you've been out there for years. You're still a baby. Tell us how you're feeling right now, through to your first ever World Cup final.
Yeah, I mean, I feel very good. Obviously, he's the best. That's all I can say. We kept believing, and I think that's why we won. I don't want to say we were unlucky, but some things went against us, especially the break again. I mean, it's a third set in a row where we break and get no shots, but yeah, we kept believing, and we pulled it off somehow.
Josh, team dynamic between you two looks like the best in the event. What's the secret?
I mean, the secret is we know each other for a pretty long time, and I mean, I'm the more experienced player, and then the most shots he's just listening to me because I'm probably more knowledge player, and but he still pull off the matches, and the chemistry is just because we're young, we have the same interest besides pool, and we're just having fun out there, and it's just unbelievable playing with him because he still makes those tough shots, those crazy safety games. Yeah, well, I'm just lucky to have him as a partner.
Moritz, tell us about the unicorn. What's going on?
So that's Fred. He's our emotional support unicorn. He's been there for us. Maybe that's why we won. Maybe he made Wu Mr. 9. We don't know. But yeah, it's just nice to have him with us.
Moritz, Josh, Fred, you're through to the final.
Yes, baby.
Let's go.
Well, I'm thrilled that we finally have a name for the unicorn. We could all rest a little easier between sessions, can't we? I mean, look at that emotion. Interestingly as well, Jeremy, that was not too dissimilar a shot, but on the other side of the table that Josh set up for Moritz in the quarterfinals. They love a lean across the table to make it through to the next stage of the World Cup of Pool. And my goodness, these two are enjoying playing together. That is clear for all to see. So, Here is the draw then. And then there were two. It is the Philippines and Germany contesting the final of the World Cup of Pool after two absolutely brilliant semi-final encounters. And Jeremy, when we look ahead to that final, the thing that strikes me is when you look at the Philippines and how in the quarters yesterday and the semi-finals today, they let their opponent come all the way back into it to go hill-hill. Germany have come from behind twice in a big fashion to win both of their matches. That is intriguing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think the Philippines really let them back in. You got to give a little credit back to those other teams, right? But yeah, one team's been ahead all week, one team's been behind. Something's got to give come this evening, and I wouldn't doubt we go hill-hill again.
When you look ahead to this final, what is it that excites you the most?
Well, I think we've had the best player in the tournament, Johan Chua, individually making shots under the pressure, and we've had what looks like the best unit as a team with Germany, really staying patient and really showing a lot of poise at a very young age. Combine their age, and I still got them by a good decade or so, I think. But yeah, it's pretty sickening how well they're playing, but a good sickening.
Yeah, it certainly is. It has been so much fun to watch both of the semi-finals here this afternoon. We cannot wait for the final, which we'll be back with you for that from 6 o'clock UK time. Confirmation then, it is Germany against the Philippines for the World Cup of Pool, and $60,000 as well, don't forget, to the winning team. Sky Sports action this evening. Well, all we can really do is say congratulations to the Philippines and Germany to making it through to the final. Thank you as well for two brilliant semi-final encounters. We will be back very shortly with the final. We'll see you then.